Welcome to the Human Monsters Podcast. My name is Morgan Rector. This episode concerns the crimes of Canadian rapist and serial killer Paul Bernardo. Paul Bernardo is Canada's most hated man. He was a serial rapist in Toronto's suburb of Scarborough, Ontario in the late 1980s and early 1990s. 19 of these incidents were reported. It's possible there could have been many more. Many rape victims are too frightened to contact the police. However, it is not by committing the notorious Scarborough Rapes that Bernardo has left such a sour taste in Canadians' mouths. He also raped and murdered 3 teenaged girls. There are Canadian murderers with bigger body counts, like Robert Pickton. The reason Bernardo is more despised than Pickton is the fact that Bernardo degraded, tortured, and mutilated the bodies of 3 innocent underage girls. It is also the reason why he was officially deemed by a judge to be a dangerous offender at the conclusion of his criminal trial in 1995. Because he has been designated a dangerous offender, he will never be released from prison. This is the story of how one man's misogynistic rage amounted to a legacy of violence against women that etched him indelibly into Canada's criminal history, leaving him forever remembered as a human monster. The circumstances of Bernardo's birth and childhood may offer keys to understanding how he could hate women so much that he could commit such unspeakable acts of cruelty against them. Paul's biological father is a man named Bill, but the two never met. Paul was instead raised by the man his mother married, Kenneth Bernardo. Kenneth was abusive toward Marilyn, and she sought refuge in Bill's arms, and Paul was conceived. Ken was aware that the child Marilyn was pregnant with was not his, and he continued to beat her. Infuriated at being cuckolded, Ken decided on the fate of the family geographically, feeling that it was only fair since the paternity of the new child had not been his to decide. Marilyn's life would get worse and worse. When Ken wasn't beating her, he was ignoring her. Having moved her to Scarborough, Ontario, so far away from her native Kitchener, she was unable to see her family and friends as readily as she did before. It was a long drive, and with the demands of family life bearing down on her, it was difficult to arrange for the trip. Her family and friends had commitments of their own, so now it was determined that her entire life would be confined to her home. For her, there would be 3 children, 1 husband, and no happiness. Kenneth Bernardo might as well have signed their marriage license in blood. When Paul Bernardo was born on August 27, 1964, there was a black spot on the left side of his face. An obstetrician said it was a transient blood clot. It faded 6 weeks later. Looking back at what Paul Bernardo had wrought from the day of his birth until he was convicted in 1995, you could almost say that this blood clot was an omen, just like being born with a caul over your face is said to be an augur of a charmed life. If the clot was transient, where had it started before it made its final stop on his face? Did it pass through his brain in the womb? Did he come close to having a stroke? If it passed through the left side of his brain, the logical side that regulates the right side of the brain with all of its otherwise unbridled emotion, could the left side regulator have been damaged? Does Paul Bernardo have borderline personality disorder? One of the symptoms of the disorder is an inability to control one's emotions. Once someone who is borderline becomes angry, they are capable of committing acts of extreme violence, blinded by rage, and incapable of feeling mercy or reason. People with this disorder also have trouble letting go of grudges, and are capable of burning with resentment for years, if not for the rest of their lives. I'm not a psychologist or a neurologist, therefore I could be completely wrong about this diagnosis, but it does strike me as being within the realm of possibility. If there's any truth to that diagnosis, there was no indication of it during Bernardo's childhood. In Marilyn's journals, she described Paul as her, quote, easier child, much quieter than the other 2. This wasn't entirely endearing, however. She went on to write, this one is not the least bit affectionate. She also described him as selfish and stubborn. She was also dismayed to find that at age 2.5, he couldn't speak. Stammers a lot, she wrote. Doctors discovered that the reason his speech was so distorted was because his tongue was attached to his palate. After undergoing surgery to detach his tongue from his palate, he began to speak normally. Though he received mediocre grades in school, his grade 4 teacher noted that he needed to apply himself because he was such a talkative sort. Marilyn and Kenneth were relieved. Paul would become a real silver-tongued devil in the years to come. He would literally charm the pants off many of the girls he met. One way or another, he would get what he wanted from them. In the meantime, Paul's endearing behavior, at least with outsiders, did not go unacknowledged. Neighbors who became acquainted with the Bernardo family over the years noted how polite and quiet he was. He didn't get into fights with other boys, and even caved under the pressure of bullying on at least one occasion. If Paul's neighbors attributed his behavior to his upbringing, they were mistaken. In truth, the Bernardo family was dysfunctional. One day, shortly after he started grade 10, Paul was in his bedroom when his mother suddenly stormed in and threw a photograph of a man onto his bed. She told him this man was his real father. Paul saw how sincere she was and studied the man in the photo. He looked just like Paul. He knew quickly that what she just told him was no lie. As if this fact wasn't life-altering enough, Marilyn told Paul he was a bastard, and he might as well get used to it. This was a deeply upsetting experience in Paul's life, and the most significant turning point in his relationship with his mother. He resented her for this, and for calling him, quote, the bastard son from hell on other occasions. His anger toward his mother darkened exponentially. He began calling her a slob and a whore. Then again, calling his mother names had already become a staple of the Bernardo's life by that point. Marilyn, who had put on a great deal of weight, would walk down the stairs, and Kenneth would make remarks like, boom, 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 here comes the big fat cow. His mother's sanity had become destabilized after years of being abused physically and emotionally by Kenneth. She retreated from her husband and the family, taking up residency in the basement. She no longer did housework and never prepared meals. She medicated her depression with food and hoarded it under the bed. By contrast, there was no food in the refrigerator. Ken didn't assume upkeep for the house, and none of the children did chores, so at one point the Bernardo family was living in squalor. Marilyn, once an attractive woman, had puffy eyes and hair that stood up like a Brillo pad. She was a mess. Despite what Kenneth said about Marilyn's weight, he would sneak downstairs in the middle of the night, as Paul related to a friend, and have sex with a woman both Paul and his stepfather came to regard as it. He also mentioned that Ken would also sneak out to look in the bedroom window of their neighbor's daughter. One night Ken got caught. The police came to his house's door to ask him what he was doing prowling the neighborhood in his nightclothes and looking in his neighbor's windows. He got caught because a 26-year-old woman caught him looking into her window while she was sitting inside of a friend's car nearby, watching him. She had heard rumors about him, and then she was fortunate to catch him red-handed. Lucky for Kenneth, he was so visibly shaken by being questioned by the police that they let him off easy. He received a verbal warning and a paper trail. The tipping point for Marilyn's sanity was when she became aware that Kenneth had been sexually abusing their daughter, Debbie. It started with him sneaking into her bedroom at night. Debbie came to dread those visits so much that she started stacking items near the door so that if he entered the room, it would make such a racket that it would alert the entire house to what was going on. Debbie had to ensure her curtains were always drawn, because Kenneth would climb out on the roof and try to watch her undress at night. He would claim he was just checking the eaves trough. Sunday evenings, the entire family would congregate in front of the television to watch the Disney television movie of the week. Paul, his brother, and his mother would sit closer to the television. Kenneth was sitting back and called Debbie over to sit next to him. He would molest her while the rest of the family watched the film. Sometimes he would get carried away, and Debbie would say, "Ouch!" Marilyn would say, "What's going on there?" She knew what was going on. but she never intervened on Debbie's behalf, at least not in a way that would have brought about an end to the abuse and put Kenneth behind bars. One day, while Marilyn, Paul, and his brother David were out, Kenneth cornered Debbie in her room, pushed her down onto the bed, and forced himself on her. He gyrated sexually. Debbie was determined to fight back this time. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "I'm making love to you," Kenneth said. Debbie squirmed out from underneath him and ran out of the room. It couldn't exactly be said that Paul grew up in auspicious circumstances. Financially and materially, yes. Ethically, not so much. He hated his mother and wished her dead. His stepfather was a pervert with a record who had been charged with fondling an 8-year-old girl, in addition to doing the same to his own daughter. The Bernardo household, with its spousal abuse, mentally ill matriarch, and incest, not to mention its filth and clutter, had become a petri dish of moral decrepitude. Nevertheless, Paul was determined to distinguish himself from the rest of the Bernardo clan. Despite having no genetic link to Kenneth, Paul was also good with numbers and decided to major in accounting at university, which he attended at University of Toronto, Scarborough. In the meantime, Paul was determined to make money, and he did not shy away from hard work. He delivered newspapers, worked as a security guard, waited tables, and served as a camp counselor. While waiting tables, he met Brian Breen, an Amway salesman. Like many young men eager to make money and tired of the demeaning indignities of the service industry, Bernardo was taken in by a pyramid scheme, and Brian Breen became his Amway sponsor. Bernardo dated many girls. One of them was named Nancy McEwen, and she noticed a change in Bernardo's behavior over the course of their relationship. Paul befriended the Misogynist brothers, Steve, Alex, and Van. The brothers did little to alleviate the local stereotype of the macho Greek male, and Nancy noticed that Paul's conduct became increasingly congruent with theirs. He became crude and macho, and his attitude toward women changed as well, or if it didn't change, it was externalized. As Nancy noted, Paul began to discuss a predilection for anal intercourse openly, and she found it off-putting. It was for this reason that she was happy to step aside, as Paul replaced her with Jennifer Galligan, who was more submissive and willing to accommodate Paul's sexual proclivities. Jennifer Galligan was 15 or 16 when she met Bernardo, who was 22. She had low self-esteem and was neurotic. In this girl, the victim pathology came factory installed, and he couldn't have been more delighted. Jennifer observed some strange behavior in Paul. He was always twitching and sniffing. He would stare into space for long periods of time for no discernible reason. He would become very sexually aggressive around 11 or midnight, and then again at 2 a.m. He became sexually aroused while hungry and violent while intoxicated. Jennifer felt that Paul loved and hated her in equal measure. She intuited that he hated himself for feeling that way. Despite this self-loathing, he was so intrigued by the way he felt while he did things to her, i.e., while he hurt and humiliated her, that it became addictive for him. He enjoyed it when she cried out, and when she accommodated this by timing it just right. She was eager to please, even if it didn't always please her. Just like Nancy McEwen, Jennifer Galligan was curious to know if there was more than meets the eye when it came to Bernardo's friendship with the Misogynist brothers. She wondered if Paul was a closeted homosexual, forcing himself to go through the motions of heterosexuality, like many gay men do. Paul was always horsing around with the Misogynist brothers, pushing himself up against them. This kind of physical playfulness was something she had not observed in other male friendships. What further contributed to this speculation was Paul's preoccupation and unwavering preference for anal sex. They had vaginal sex when he took her virginity, but after that he only wanted to penetrate her anally. He also liked to shove wine bottles into her. She gave her consent because she loved him and it seemed to thrill him. What began with the discomfort of anal sex escalated into full-blown abuse. Jennifer had begun her studies in psychology at university, and Paul told her it was a good idea, seeing that she could psychoanalyze herself since she was, quote, so fucked up. 3 years into their union, insults like that, and worse, had become a mainstay of their relationship. The emotional abuse graduated into physical abuse. One year on Halloween, Jennifer dressed up in a harem outfit. It was a skimpy get-up, and Paul planned to take her to the Smyrna's house to party, which was why she kept her coat on, though she told him it was because it was cold. "I'll show you cold," he said, ripping her coat off. He doused her with a glass of ice water. He capped it off by hitting her. He had done worse. At her high school graduation, he tried to strangle her. She had been enjoying the evening up until then. She was proud to be seen at the event, which was held at the Harbor Castle Hilton Hotel, with this handsome older man. He brought along a video camera to document the part of the evening she would remember more fondly. That was before he drove her to a deserted area in his car, put a rope around her neck, and made her arch her back. He demanded anal sex as he pulled on the rope. He pulled hard enough that she struggled to draw air into her lungs. Satisfied, he became apologetic and affectionate. Bernardo's path toward becoming Canada's most notorious rapist and murderer began in stages. It began innocently enough as he amassed a collection of women's undergarment ads and catalogs, though the innocence was short-lived as he collected both pictures of adult females and prepubescent girls as young as 10. This graduated to pornographic magazines and onto X-rated videos. Paul wasn't satisfied with the general, run-of-the-mill pornography one could find behind the curtain at the average 80s-era video store. He enjoyed bondage videos, i.e., movies of women being tortured within a BDSM framework. He would venture into downtown Toronto to find the right ones. At this point, Bernardo's fantasies consisted entirely of control and abuse of women. He was the consummate male chauvinist, and was totally open about it. Even his colleagues at Price Waterhouse, the accounting firm where he worked, were aware of his views on the fairer sex. The way he saw it, women were not people. He had dehumanized them in his imagination to the point where they were objects that existed only for the purpose of catering to a man's every whim in the sexual arena. More to the point, he was determined that the woman in his life would prioritize his happiness over hers, even to the point where her life became non-stop torture, physically, emotionally, and sexually. His paraphilias didn't stop with S&M. He followed in Kenneth's footsteps when he developed a predilection for voyeurism and became the second prowler and peeping Tom in the neighborhood. He got caught once and was let off with a warning, like Kenneth had. He was undeterred. Paul was also turned on by coprophilia, which involves watching someone defecate or being the one to defecate on someone else or being defecated on. He was also excited by urophilia, which consists of becoming aroused by watching someone urinate, being urinated on, or urinating on someone else. As time would tell, he did not intend to be the recipient. Eventually, Bernardo became bored by the BDSM videos. He was no longer content merely to watch the acts being committed. That was all theory. Now he wanted practice. His relationships became more and more abusive as he demanded that his girlfriends ignore their sexual needs and satisfy his exclusively. To receive the adulation from them that he wanted, he would call them names, violate them with wine bottles, and sodomize them so aggressively that discomfort was frequently nudged over the line that divides rough sex from rape. These are the girls that got off easy. Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka met in October 1987 at Howard Johnson's hotel. As fate had it, Carla, on a whim, decided late at night to have a snack and brought her friend down with her to the restaurant. Paul and Van Smyrnas happened to walk in while they were dining. Soon after they entered, Paul and Carla's eyes locked, and the rest was history. As many have put it, Barbie met her Ken. They were both blonde and beautiful, young and single. They couldn't have met at a more ideal time. The attraction was so strong, in fact, that they wound up in bed together that night. Carla was from St. Catharines, a small town near the Canadian-American border and close to Niagara Falls. Carla would brag to everyone she knew there about the man she met in Toronto, and that man would spend a lot of his time in that part of the province in the months to come. The second time they were intimate, it was at her family's home. They partied with their friends for a while before retiring to Carla's bedroom. They had sex for the second time. Paul was delighted to discover that Carla was as passionate about BDSM as he was, and assumed the masochistic position enthusiastically. She allowed him to place her wrists in handcuffs, and she was eager to gratify his ego. "Your big bad businessman wants to fuck you so badly," the junior accountant told his new playmate, using the self-applied nickname that bamboozled her into thinking that there was more to his job at Price Waterhouse than crunching numbers for other number crunchers. He endeared himself to her family, being so friendly and generous, always bringing gifts and being as charming as he could be. One night after they had sex at the Homolka household, Paul snuck out of Carla's bedroom and went outside to the back of the house. Carla's sister, Tammy, was 12 years old and had caught the eye of Bernardo one day while they were all swimming in the family's pool. This night he climbed a fence to get a better look at her. He would watch her very closely throughout his relationship with Carla. He had developed an obsession with underage girls, especially virgins. Although he was satisfied with the sex life he enjoyed with Carla, she was not a virgin when they had sex the first time, and this would vex him in the coming years. He wanted to be the first, and he would insist on being compensated for missing out on that privilege. Carla would make it up to him one day. Paul did a lot of driving in those days. Scarborough is a 3 to 4 hour drive from St. Catharines. He also liked to drive around Scarborough. After all, there was no shortage of attractive women in that neck of the woods. He would sit in his car and watch women as they left stores. He also liked to observe them at the ends of bus routes. There was one stop in particular near the Bernardo house. He would park nearby and watch every woman who departed from the bus. Quite often there would just be the driver and 1 or 2 female passengers. At the time, Bernardo was living in the Guildwood area of Scarborough. I spent some time there in my teens during the 1990s, as one of my closest friends at the time lived there. I recall leafy suburban streets that were shaded during the day and darkly shadowed at night. The biggest threat to peace and quiet at one time was teenage boys like me who would belch out loud. This would draw the ire of my friends' elderly neighbors, who sat by their windows ready to complain about any kind of aberrant activity. Indeed, my friend would complain about the so-called old farts, who once called his mother to complain because he and another one of his friends climbed up on the roof of his house. Otherwise, boredom was the bane of your existence if you were a citizen of Guildwood, especially if you were young. In late 1987, this was no longer something that could be taken for granted, especially when it came to young females. One December night in 1987, a woman stepped off the Lawrence Avenue bus near the end of the line and was walking north toward her home. She walked on the western side of the street because it was more brightly lit. The time was 2 a.m., and Centennial Road was deserted. Though she was normally reluctant to walk the streets at such a late hour, she felt safe in this neighborhood. It was the West Hill District. It was middle class. It was safe for children and lone women traveling at night. Or so she thought. A figure emerged from some bushes and tackled her, knocking her face first to the ground. There was no time to react as he dragged her to a space between 2 townhouses. He pinned her down on her stomach and her arms by her sides. He straddled her and held her down. "Don't look at me," he said, "or you're dead." Though she didn't resist him, he punched her on the side of her face anyway. It nearly knocked her unconscious. He put a cord around her neck and pulled it tight. She could hardly breathe. As she gasped for air, he yanked her pants and underwear down to her ankles. He demanded oral sex. After this, he sodomized her while she lay on her stomach as he panted in her ear. She could smell his fetid breath. "What's your name?" he said. She told him. "Tell me that you love me," he ordered. "I love you. Again. I want to hear it again. I love you." She was worried he was going to kill her. She also recalled hearing about another rape in the area a couple of weeks prior to this incident. She remembered that the woman was attacked after getting off a bus, and now she regretted not taking a taxi home. She kept praying that he wouldn't kill her, so that she wouldn't be found half naked outdoors. She wanted to scream, but feared he would make good on his threat to kill her if she did. He finished. She continued to lay flat on the ground. There she was, half naked, sore, and shivering from the freezing cold. She had complied with his wishes and was now impatient for him to leave. He came around in front of her. He knelt down and warned her not to look at him. He was pointing his penis in the direction of her mouth. Later he dragged her toward a fence. He tied her hands to the picket with her belt. She still cooperated as he went through her purse. He finally began to leave, but as a sadistic afterthought, he kicked her in the ribs. She waited a long time before she departed to report the assault. This was the handiwork of Paul Bernardo, a.k.a. the Scarborough Rapist, and there was not only more where that came from, there would be worse. A 17-year-old girl got off the bus at Lawrence Avenue and Bathgate Drive. It was just after midnight, and she was returning home from Christmas shopping. The cold winter air of December wasn't the only thing that gave her a chill. She was aware of the Scarborough Rapist, who had attacked 3 women in late 1987, and the assaults happened within the vicinity of where she lived. The 3rd rape happened just a week before this evening in the Guildwood area. She admired a nativity scene on someone's front lawn. Contemplating the spiritual significance of the season, it occurred to her that it wasn't right for a woman to have to worry about the sanctity of her body and the likelihood of its being violated at that time of year. As she meditated on this, she heard quickening footsteps crunching into the snow behind her, drawing close. The street was deserted up until now, and as she turned to see who it was, a gloved hand reached around her head and planted itself over her mouth. She felt the blade of a knife against her throat. Finally, a voice. "Don't scream. If you do, I'll kill you." He shoved her toward 2 large bushes, between 2 large houses. He threw her to the ground, and she landed face first. He ripped at her clothes. She felt the knife probing her anus incisively. It hurt. The next sound she heard was his zipper coming down. First, he forced himself into her vaginally. Unsatisfied, he sodomized her. Once he finished raping her, he held the knife to her throat once again. "Give me one good reason," he said, "why I shouldn't kill you right here." She began to cry. She pleaded with him to spare her. She included in her pleas the fact that she hadn't seen his face and therefore wouldn't be able to report him to the police. He wasn't satisfied with this. He didn't want her to report the incident itself to police at all. Period. He notified her that he went through her purse and had a look at her identification. He knew her name and where she lived. "If you go to the police," he said, "I'll come back and kill you." He told her to remain on the ground face down, immobile, for a half hour. Then he left. She complied with all his directives, and after 15 to 20 minutes, she got up. She stood up and looked around for her clothes. They were scattered all over the grass. She reached for her underwear when he lunged at her from behind the bushes. He punched her in the jaw, knocking her backwards. She fell to the ground in a daze. He moved onto her. "Bitch," he said, rolling her onto her stomach. "I told you not to move." He penetrated her again. "Arch your back," he screamed, punching her in the shoulders. She looked up at a house and saw a light. She was hoping someone called the police, or at least was on their way down to see what the commotion was all about. Sadly, no one, police or civilian, showed up to liberate her from the Scarborough Rapist. Whether from the physical pain or the shock of the trauma, she drifted in and out of consciousness. She wasn't entirely sure, but she could have sworn she heard him say something to the effect of, "My fucking mother." Next thing she knew, he was gone, mercifully for good. While Christmas of 1987 was likely to be tainted by post-traumatic stress disorder for the victims of the Scarborough Rapist, it was markedly happier for Paul Bernardo and Tammy Homolka. He lavished expensive gifts on her, and she indulged his sexual demands. It wasn't entirely a season of cheer for Carla, however. She contracted the skin condition shingles, and Bernardo not only blamed her for it, he feared she would spread it to him, unaware that it is not contagious. He also gave her more grief for not having been a virgin when they met. This was after she refused to comply with his demands for anal sex. The emotional abuse began in earnest, and he went full throttle. "You weren't a virgin when we met, and I deserved a virgin. I don't love you anymore." That last statement was the last thing she wanted to hear from the love of her life, especially during the courtship honeymoon phase of the relationship. She couldn't remember being so happy, and she didn't want to jeopardize the relationship. She apologized profusely for her previous sexual experience and began her years-long practice of writing him endless love notes. Not only did she profess her undying love for him, but she flattered him endlessly and assured him that she would comply with any of his sexual demands. Paul may not have gotten a virgin in Carla, but he did get a slave. Only a slave would have allowed what he did to her the first time he got her alone in his parents' house in Scarborough in February 1988. As soon as they entered the house, he began taking off her clothes. She was his sexual servant, and he wasn't about to allow her submission to go to waste for a second. Once in the bedroom, she noticed a Polaroid camera sitting on a chair by the bed. "What's that for?" she asked. "Just to take a few pictures," Paul said. "You don't mind, do you?" Carrying on with part of their sexual routine, she performed fellatio on him after he set the automatic timer on the camera. Then he produced a set of handcuffs and locked her arms around the bedpost. They had vaginal sex. Next, he took a wine bottle, removed the cuffs, and ordered her to insert the bottle into her vagina. She was reluctant. "Come on," he implored behind the camera. "What are we going to do with the pictures?" she said. "Nothing, just save them. Something to look at when we're older." She complied, and he snapped several pictures. This wasn't even the best part as far as he was concerned. He got her to get down on her hands and knees and raise her buttocks in the air. He set up the camera. Satisfied that the camera would cover all the territory he wanted to be captured, he penetrated her anally. It was too painful for her, and she cried out. He withdrew, showing her the mercy his rape victims were not so lucky to receive. He asked her if he could try it again, and she agreed. Though the path of entry was the same, the overall experience this time was different. He took a black electrical cord from his dresser and tied it around her neck as he penetrated her. He yanked at it so hard she started clawing at it when she could no longer breathe. He released the cord once it seemed possible that he could have hurt her. She said she didn't want him to use the ligature, but when he promised to be careful, she allowed it. Later, he brought a knife onto the bed. When he removed it from the sheath, he revealed an 8-inch blade. It scared her, but he promised he wouldn't hurt her. He told her using the knife during sex excited him. He entered her anally, pulled the cord around her neck, and pressed the tip of the knife against her throat. He tugged on the cord, though not as tightly as before. He climaxed as her discomfort escalated. He rolled off her. "You were just great," he enthused. "Just great." She was in love with him, and at this point, she was eager to be his bride. However, she became concerned about his sexual fetishes. Though she wasn't comfortable with doing everything he wanted to do in the bedroom, it was what went on outside of the boudoir that kept her at his side. She didn't enjoy having him up her ass, but he had planted himself comfortably inside her heart, and she was adamant that she would keep him there, even if it meant sacrificing some of her own desires. After all, she assumed that if she indulged him in these sexual fantasies, he would get them out of his system. Little did she know that his misogynistic rage toward her and all other women was only getting worse, and she would become one in a long line of victims. One such victim was a 19-year-old woman who had just gotten off a bus in Scarborough on Markham Road when Bernardo grabbed her from behind one night in April 1988. She told the police she thought he might have been hiding in some bushes, but she wasn't entirely sure. She knew about the Scarborough Rapist, as all women in the city did, but she figured she was immune to such attacks, since she lived in the center of Scarborough, and the perpetrator always struck in the southeastern end. She didn't go down without a fight. As he struggled to drag her to a location that offered more privacy, she tried to wrest herself free. He punched her on the head, using all of his strength. She was stunned momentarily. It was no wonder. Bernardo was a weightlifter and had undergone some training in the martial arts. Now that she had lost most of her faculties, he dragged her off the sidewalk and began yanking at her pants. He commanded her to perform fellatio on him. After she complied with this directive, he penetrated her vaginally, all the while holding his knife to her neck and forbidding her to look at his face. Still, he wasn't satisfied with her performance. "Get your ass in the air," he ordered. And another of his favorites, "Arch your back," he yelled at her. He punched her on the shoulders and sodomized her. Though she complied with his wishes thus far, he was surprised at what she did next. "Say your name," she said. His response, "You're a cunt, aren't you?" No response. "Aren't you?" "Yes." "Say it," he yelled. He pounded on her back. "Say it." "I'm a cunt, and a cocksucker too. A cocksucker." However long the attack lasted, for the victim it felt like hours, no one had seen or heard what was going on, despite the fact that Bernardo had been quite vocal and loud. Finally, she heard him zip up his pants. She hoped this signaled a conclusion. "Don't ever go to the police," he warned her. "I know your name. I'll come back and I'll kill you." Soon he was gone. She pulled her clothes back on and ran to the nearest house. She knocked until there was an answer. She persuaded the resident to call the police. By the time they arrived, Bernardo had fled and was nowhere within the general vicinity of central Scarborough. The police organized a public meeting. 300 angry and concerned citizens packed a local gymnasium. After this fifth assault, there was an incident documented in Mississauga, another Toronto suburb, that followed a similar pattern. A woman was grabbed from behind after leaving a bus, and the narrative of the rape itself was familiar. The attack in Mississauga was different, though. This time the victim had seen the assailant's face. The neighborhood in which the Homolka house was situated had become a Shangri-La for Bernardo, at least from the standpoint of his ego. Tammy Homolka and her teenage friends were all at that tender young age Bernardo liked best. He loved underage virgins, and these girls likely fit the bill. One hot summer day he took his shirt off and washed his car in the driveway of the Homolka house, as Tammy sat on the stoop admiring him. A friend of hers came over, marveling at Bernardo's physique and good looks. She and Tammy compared notes, and were equally pleased by what they saw. Bernardo observed all this as periphery, but he didn't miss a trick, and he absolutely loved it. He would flirt with them. Some of them were as much as 10 years younger, and therefore criminally underage. The neighbors teased him about it, calling it cradle robbing, and called the girls his harem facetiously. It wasn't just Carla and Tammy who had fallen under Paul's spell. The whole family had succumbed to his charms. Carla's mother had even taken to calling him her weekend son. Paul was all Carla cared about, though it was bittersweet as far as her parents were concerned. She had once been depressed and suicidal, and they were glad that she was happy now. However, her grades were slipping, and she ran up huge phone bills since calling Scarborough from St. Catharines was long distance. This problem would be remedied at one point because though Carla was considering moving to the Greater Toronto area to be with Paul, he had been leaning more toward the idea of relocating to her neck of the woods. He loved that it was so close to the American border. The Homolkas allowed Bernardo to move into their house and live there with her until they could afford a place of their own. Bernardo was jazzed. He had begun cruising around St. Catharines by himself. He was pulled over by the police, who felt this conduct was suspicious, as he was parked near a bus stop. Bernardo laughed it off. When he told Carla about it, he laughed it off, and Homolka abandoned the subject entirely, either believing him or wanting to believe him. Paul's abuse of Carla evolved from name-calling and emotional blackmail to physical abuse when he told her he wanted her to wear a dog collar during sex, and she refused. She went as far as to tell him the idea was stupid. This made him so angry he slapped her in the face. She was supposed to worship him and not only indulge his every whim, but she was never to question him about anything, ever. She began to cry. He pulled over to the side of the road. "Car, I'm sorry," he said, perhaps contrite with a woman for the first time in his life. "I didn't mean to do it." She began to feel guilty for calling his desires stupid. Such was the hold he had on her psychologically. She allowed him to put the collar on her, and he called her his little mutt during sex play. There was always a new item he wanted to add to the sexual menu. Now it was analingus. He called her names during sex, and often barked at her to self-apply the names. Now, along with cocksucker, cunt, and slut, He was to call her his little ass licker. He hit her another time, and he wasn't as apologetic this time around. They were on vacation in Florida when he asked her to film him with his newly purchased camcorder, which at the time had become one of his prized possessions. She dropped the camera, which resulted in the lens being broken. He punched and kicked her. "You really are a stupid cunt, you know that?" he said, as he helped her up. "You're nothing without me." For such a domineering, controlling, and abusive man, this was exactly what he wanted her to believe. The violence wasn't as frequent as the name-calling, but he became much less discreet with the insults. He called her bitch or cunt in public, in front of friends. He used these names as often as Carla, if not more. He also put her down on a regular basis. He once posted a note to the bedroom door that said, "Remember, you're stupid. Remember to think before you speak." She was willing to endure the abuse if it meant he stayed with her. She was irrevocably in love with him, and she knew he had other options waiting for him if he left her. Lots of women admired him. Competition was fierce. Accepting his abuse was what she felt she had to do to pay her dues and earn his love. Joe Constantino was a superintendent of an apartment building. One night he heard a woman scream just outside of his apartment. He ran out without even thinking to put on his shoes in his rush to come to the woman's aid. He found her lying on her side in the flower garden beside the building, her hands elevated in a defensive position. A man was straddling her with a rock in his hand, poised to hit her with it. "Stop that, you son of a bitch," Joe yelled, but the man already dropped the rock and ran. He continued running after him, but the man lost him. There were incidents of Paul Bernardo harassing women and following them home. One woman reported to the police an incident when he gave her a letter that told her that they should go out because it would be best for her. She wasn't sure whether it was a threat, but as she saw it, there was something ominous about the language he used. In late 1990, Paul and Carla were engaged. Paul proposed to her in Niagara Falls, and they planned to wed in nearby Niagara-on-the-Lake. Carla was excited about the wedding. However excited Paul may have been by the upcoming nuptials, he had become bored by their sex life, which had proceeded according to his design, but it had also become predictable and repetitive. He had something new in mind. "It's okay for a man to have more than one woman," he explained to her one night. He went on to say that if he went on a trip and had a one-night fling with another woman, it would be all right. "No way," Carla said. "If you do that, then I'm out of the relationship." Paul tried a different tactic. What if another woman joined them for a threesome? Carla wasn't ready for that. What if Carla pretended to be someone else? Carla wasn't entirely opposed to this idea. She wanted to know who he would want her to pretend to be. "Your sister," he replied. Please note, when I detail the abuse Paul Bernardo subjected Carla Homolka to, I am not making an attempt to elicit sympathy for her. Homolka played a crucial role in enabling Bernardo's most heinous crimes. It was just after midnight one day in May when a young woman waited at a bus stop in Scarborough at the intersection of Shepherd and Midland. She had the option of waiting for the Midland bus that would drive her the 7 blocks to her friend's house, or she could walk and possibly get there faster, considering that the route was underserved at that hour. Though the Scarborough Rapist was yet to be apprehended, it had been nearly 9 months since the 7 attacks that had put the community on edge. Media coverage was at a low ebb. The only attack that occurred in the area where she stood took place 2 years prior to that night, and it was considered unusual for the culprit to offend in that area of Scarborough. Fed up with waiting for the Midland bus, she began to walk. Bernardo chose Shepherd Avenue because he had seen this girl there before. She was young, attractive, and alone. It was a time of night when he got those urges. He had long also given up the struggle to repress them. He didn't want to. He wanted to rape, and his latest prey was ripe for the picking. It couldn't have worked out better for him. He hadn't raped a woman in 9 months, and this was the kind of appetite that couldn't be satisfied with pornography and masturbation. He had fantasized enough. He wanted it real. He hurried to catch up with her. He had to park his car and take care to hide the keys and tuck his knife and sheath in the waistband of his khaki shorts. This was organized crime. It took years to catch him because he was so meticulous in planning for contingencies. As he came within spitting distance of her, she suddenly turned around. This he was not expecting. There was no snow under his shoes this time, whose crunching sound would signal his arrival. He was wearing sneakers and took care not to make too much noise. When she saw him, she was startled but far from frightened. As people described him back then, Bernardo had an angel face. He looked harmless. He looked like a choir boy, and exactly the kind of guy you would expect to become an accountant, and not the worst serial rapist in the history of the nation. His looks were deceiving. They deceived for years. "Oh, you scared me," she said. "I didn't think there was anybody else out." He appeared to be just as startled as her. It made sense. This was not what he wanted or expected. As badly as he wanted to rape her, she had now seen his face. He wrestled with this dilemma: give up the opportunity to rape this girl he had had his eye on for so long and risk being arrested, or take the safe option and flee. Getting a better look at him, the girl felt even less uneasy. He didn't fit the profile of a sadistic rapist. He didn't look seedy. He didn't have oily hair and dark rings around his eyes, like the archetypal creep you would more likely encounter throughout the run of a movie. Bernardo took advantage of her lack of fear. "It's a nice night, isn't it?" he said, glancing along the street. "You live around here?" "Just going to a friend's house." He had to think fast. None of the others had seen his face, and he had successfully eluded the police for 3 years. Still, these urges of his would not be denied. He grabbed her and forced her into a nearby schoolyard. The victim later relayed to police the script he followed, which had been endemic to his other attacks. "What's your name? How old are you? Tell me you love me. Arch your back." As with the other attacks, he used the ligature, drawing it tightly around her neck. He ordered her to turn her head to the side, presumably so that he could see her look of anguish as he derived his pleasure from torturing her. At one point, she feared he would kill her. When he finished, he ran off into the night. Carla finally agreed to Paul's proposal of role play and assumed the character of her sister, Tammy. She even wore Tammy's clothes during these fantasy role play sessions. As Tammy, she told him she loved him and obeyed his every command as the sexual component commenced. As always, Bernardo's satisfaction with a new sexual novelty was fleeting. He began to use a photo of Tammy as a source of erotic stimulation, as Carla serviced him in the role of her sister. Soon, even this was inadequate. He wasn't getting enough of Tammy. He insisted that they have sex with her as Tammy, in Tammy's bedroom, on Tammy's bed. Tammy had become more and more of an obsession for him. The photograph was no longer enough. When he knew no one was around to catch him, he would go into Tammy's bedroom and masturbate on her pillows while admiring a photo of her. As time went on, he refused to accept the limitations this situation imposed upon him. He was desperate to have sex with Tammy. So desperate, in fact, that he would sneak into her bedroom while she was sleeping and rub his crotch as he watched her. This was not enough, however. He pulled down his zipper, masturbated and ejaculated on her pillow. Fortunately, she never woke from her slumber while he did this. A police composite sketch artist drew a rendering of a man that reflected the description of the Scarborough Rapist that the victim who had seen his face had given. The Toronto Police Service soon released the sketch to the media. I personally remember seeing the illustration on the cover of the Toronto Sun one day as I waited for a bus outside of Jane's subway station. It was also memorable for Paul Bernardo's friends and co-workers, and not just because they lived in Scarborough and were either female or had females in their lives they now worried about more than usual. The man in the sketch bore a striking resemblance to Paul Bernardo, and he got more than a few good-natured ribbings about it. Some were not so good-natured about it, and seriously considered reporting him as a possible suspect. They thought better of it, though, either because of a lack of evidence or because, in the case of his co-workers, they didn't want to create tension around the office when they didn't even know if they had the right man. During the summer of 1990, Bernardo's infatuation with Tammy deepened. The sexual role play with Carla as Tammy continued. They never had sex without Carla pretending to be her little sister. Though Carla saw it as a harmless fantasy at the outset, she became perturbed when he began to openly flirt with Tammy. They would drive her to her soccer games, which Bernardo would capture on video. He would joke with Tammy about how she was such a proficient athlete, while Carla was such a klutz. Carla was becoming very jealous, as Paul fixated on Tammy. Carla awaited his attentions in Tammy's shadow. Once that summer, Paul and Tammy took a trip across the Canadian-American border to buy alcohol. Though he said they would be back in about an hour, they parked in a secluded lot, where there was lots of making out and heavy petting. When they got back, Carla was angry. Though it was jealousy, she told them she was worried they had been in an accident. Bernardo told her they had simply been driving around. Unconvinced, Carla confronted him about what really happened. Though she usually occupied the beta position in the relationship, occasionally she became angry enough to turn the tables on him. She accused him of fooling around with Tammy. He denied it at first, but later admitted that they had been necking. Carla flew into a rage. She felt that pointing out Tammy's inexperience with sex would dissuade Paul from pursuing his relations with her any further. She couldn't have possibly been further off the mark. "She's a virgin," Carla protested. "She wouldn't know what to do with Snuffles," she said, referring to Bernardo's penis, using her pet name for it. He had been waiting for a moment like that. "Maybe I should have sex with Tam and teach her the proper way," he said. "Wouldn't it be great if Tam got to feel Snuffles inside of her? Wouldn't it be great if I took her virginity?" Carla refused to so much as even consider the idea. Her parents were paying for the wedding, and they would be furious if they found out that Paul had had inappropriate relations with Tammy. Despite this, Carla weighed the possibilities of the different consequences that could result if she caved and granted Paul his wish. Psychologists would later diagnose her as being morally vacuous, meaning that though she was highly intelligent, she lacked the personality skills required to make sound moral judgments, even when they involved the sexual abuse of her own sister. Though she refused, Bernardo persisted, and this tension contributed a great deal of strain to the relationship. July was the first month in 3 years that she hadn't sent him a single love card. Bernardo used his old tactic of emotional blackmail by saying, "If you were a good enough girlfriend, I would need Tammy." Relations between Paul and Carla took a turn for the worse. One night when they couldn't agree on what movie to see, Paul lost his temper and punched Carla on the shoulder. Having grown tired of this, she punched him back on his arm. He stormed out and vowed that he would never be back. He must have known she was too attached to him at this point to call his bluff, for she caught up with him just as he was getting into his car. She apologized profusely for the abuse he dished out to her. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to hit you." He motioned at her to get in the car, and they went for a drive. When they happened upon the abandoned parking lot of a factory, he pulled over and stopped the car. It was raining. "Get out," he told her. He pushed her to make it known he meant business. He followed her out. "So you think you can hit me, eh?" he said. He started kicking her. He kicked her until she fell to the ground. It was the most vicious beating he had ever dealt to her. She landed in a puddle, soiling her white jeans with mud. She had attempted to realign the power imbalance in the relationship, and he would not relent until he reminded her that she was to remain submissive. He continued to kick her until she apologized. On the way home, she continued to apologize, unsure as to whether his assurance of forgiveness was an indication that he expected more groveling. She would grovel as much as he wanted, because she saw that as worthwhile if it meant she got to keep him. When they arrived at her parents' house, he told her to sneak in so that her parents wouldn't see the mess that had been made of her pants. "This is just between me and you," he warned her. "If your parents find out that we fought, they'll never talk to me again." With that, he drove back to Scarborough, victorious. He returned the following day and used Carla's shame at her actions of the previous day as leverage to demand sex with Tammy. He had Carla convinced that she was hanging from a thread as the fiancée of a man who was sure to have other options if he broke up with her. The strategy he proposed of having sex with Tammy and getting away with it was to drug her unconscious and use a condom. He assured her he would only do it once. "It'll all be over in 5 minutes," he promised. He told her that if she facilitated this experience, it would make up for all the myriad ways in which she had disappointed him. Bernardo was already one step ahead of her. That summer he experimented with putting sedatives in soft drinks he served to Tammy and her friends. He ground up Valium and put it in the drinks, trying different amounts to see how much was necessary to make them, and especially Tammy, drowsy. They were never the wiser until one of them noticed a powdery substance on the surface of her drink and complained that it tasted bitter. He told Carla they would have to try another type of sedative, presuming that she had already resolved to join him in his scheme. He told her that if she did not participate, he would secretly videotape Tammy while she undressed. It did not remain a threat. One night, video camera in hand, pointed at her bedroom window, he stood on the fence and recorded her as she undressed. He had rigged her blinds in such a way that she was unable to close them completely. Into fall, then winter, Paul kept pressuring Carla to offer up her sister to him, and she just as consistently refused. He was undeterred. Somebody had decided that Bernardo's resemblance to the composite sketch of the Scarborough Rapist was suspicious enough that it warranted a report to the police. He became part of a long list of suspects. He was asked by the police if he would submit to an interview. To avoid arousing suspicion, he went. The police, judging by his solicitous, soft-spoken manner and angelic choir boy features, that there was no way this mild-mannered accountant could be responsible for such brutality. He also had no criminal record. Bernardo was easily filtered. Nevertheless, the police were not through with him. Paul noticed on more than one occasion that he was being followed in his car, and that the other driver was not being discreet about it. He was asked to volunteer a sample of his DNA. Again, not wanting to stoke suspicion, he allowed them to take a blood sample. Though this action would prove to be his undoing, time was on his side. The criminal DNA analysis facility in Toronto was so understaffed, the procedure was so meticulous and slow, and the list of samples was so long that it could take years before they even got close to examining his sample. If only they had known how lethal their inefficiency was. Aside from the rapes, Bernardo embraced a life of crime in totality. Having gone into debt with credit cards to the tune of $25,000, he declared bankruptcy. He quit all his jobs as an accountant, dropped out of his accreditation courses, and overspent his money and Carla's. He was not as much the gentleman that Carla introduced her family to 3 years before. He was a show-off and a braggart. He loved to show off his expensive clothes, possessions, and the $4,500 engagement ring he bought for Carla. He insisted to everybody that his accounting days were over, and that he was going to be a millionaire one day. When asked how he planned to accomplish this, he told them he had ideas for businesses, though he was vague when people probed him about the nature of these businesses. The reason he was so elusive about disclosing the nature of his commercial endeavors was that he now devoted his efforts to smuggling cigarettes from across the American border and selling them as contraband in Canada. Despite some of his more disappointing behavior that year, as of Christmas 1990, Carla was resolved to do anything for him, even what until then had been unthinkable to her, offering up her baby sister for him to use as an inanimate sex object. In fact, that was number one on his Christmas wish list that year, as he told Carla, "If you really loved me, you would do it. Now that would be a great Christmas present for me." "I just can't," Carla replied. "I just can't." Finally, after denying him for months the unspeakable act he considered his birthright, she gave in. He felt he deserved nothing less than that level of commitment, and she agreed to it, wanting to please him. This was a tipping point. She was now willing to do anything for him, no matter how vile and heinous the act. She became an extension of Bernardo, and she was just as culpable as he was of his most horrific offenses. Though she would have been relieved if he had thought better of it and called the whole thing off, she was still on board. She decided the best way to get through it was to keep her eye on the prize, that prize being the dream life she would share with Bernardo as his wife in a beautiful house with a white picket fence and children. Drugging and raping her own sister as a service to her fiancé was a difficult bridge to cross to get to her destination, but she had made her deal with the devil, and there was no turning back now that she was sure to see that all her selfish desires would be accommodated. Now she resided in the world he ruled, where she was to follow all his orders with alacrity, and Tammy and her virginity would be sacrificed to him as what he considered his due. As she reminded him hundreds of times in love notes and cards for 3 years, he was the king. It was getting close to Christmas, and Carla apologized about being so difficult about his request to have sex with her sister. She didn't want to lose what she considered to be the best thing that had ever happened to her. She was also aware that Tammy had a crush on Paul, and would likely have given her consent willingly by then. The way Carla envisaged it, he would get it out of his system, and he would focus on her the way he had before he became obsessed with Tammy. Bernardo couldn't have been more elated. He told her to steal the most powerful sedative she could find at the veterinary clinic where she worked. She ordered Halcyon from the pharmacy, telling them it was to be used on animals at the clinic. Never one to take unnecessary risks, Paul wanted to ensure Tammy wouldn't wake while he was raping her. He asked Carla what the vets used to put the animals asleep before surgery. She told him that halothane was used, which is similar to ether. He told her to steal some, and once she had, she waited for him to select the day. "We're going to do it tonight." She didn't expect that it would happen so soon. It was December 23rd. They were in her room when he made the announcement, and suddenly she was reluctant again. "We're going to do it, and that's it," he said, and then he reached for a hammer. He crushed pills on her desk. "What's going on down there?" Dorothy yelled from the top of the stairs. "We can't do it here," Bernardo told Homolka. Paul and Carla drove to a nearby parking lot and finished crushing the blue pills into a dissoluble powder. When they returned to the Homolka household, the rest of the family was relaxing in the den and enjoying the holiday spirit. Carla made a round of drinks for everyone. She mixed rum and eggnog for everyone and added the crushed powder to Tammy's. Tammy drank 2 or 3 glasses and became groggy as the halcyon and alcohol combination kicked in. As the rest of the family decided to retire for the night, Dorothy urged her to get to bed, as Tammy had become considerably more drowsy than everybody else. Tammy persuaded them to let her stay up later and spend time drinking with her sister and future brother-in-law. Dorothy relented, and Tammy was thrilled to be doing something so grown up. After the rest of the family had gone to sleep, Paul, Carla, and Tammy were watching a video. Paul and Carla kept peeking out of their peripheral vision to see if Tammy was close to passing out. At one point, she weaved unsteadily on the couch. Bernardo had given her a glass of orange juice that was spiked with more of the sedative because he was impatient for her to fall asleep. She took a sip of the orange juice and then lay sideways on the couch. A few minutes later, Paul watched Tammy intently to see if she was really asleep. "Go poke her and see if she'll wake up," he ordered Carla. Carla poked her. She didn't move. Carla turned to Paul, waiting for his next signal. He moved in for a closer look. "She's out," he said. Paul and Carla laid Tammy on the floor of the den next to the Christmas tree. Homolka ran up to her room to retrieve the flask of halothane, poured some onto a cloth, and pressed it over Tammy's mouth. Bernardo unbuttoned Tammy's blouse, pushed up her bra, and fondled her breasts, while Carla removed her own clothes. His breathing became labored as he pulled off Tammy's track pants and underwear. He picked up his camcorder, switched it on, and positioned it on the floor beside him. He removed his pants. He spread Tammy's legs and prepared to mount her. "Put on a condom," Homolka demanded, afraid that Tammy would be impregnated. Bernardo ignored her and penetrated Tammy. "Paul, hurry up," Homolka said, "before someone comes down." "Shut up," Paul said. "Keep her down." Carla poured some more halothane onto the cloth. Halothane is twice as potent as chloroform and 4 times stronger than ether. It is very carefully measured and administered when used with a vaporizer in an operating room by trained medical professionals. Homolka was slopping untold amounts of it onto a rag and pressing it against her sister's face as Bernardo raped her. Whether she had forgotten or simply didn't care, Carla would have known that halothane can nauseate the patient and even induce vomiting. Using it on someone who had been eating and drinking alcohol increased the danger that Tammy could regurgitate. Add this to the fact that a warning was printed on the pill bottle stating that coma or even death could occur as a penalty of overdose or misuse. One is advised against using the pills while under the influence of alcohol. This all added up to one lethal cocktail. This mattered not, as Paul and Carla sought to satisfy their selfish desires. Bernardo withdrew from Tammy. "Put something on," Carla hectored. "Shut up, Carla," he snapped. "Put something on," she pleaded. Her voice was getting louder now. "Do it." "You're getting all worked up," he said. Fucking do it, just do it." Not only did Bernardo refuse her order, he proceeded to penetrate Tammy's anus. He sodomized her as Carla watched. He withdrew and turned to Carla. "Do you love me?" "Yes," Carla replied, as her sister lay at her feet, unconscious and violated. "Will you blow me?" "Yes." He was glad to establish this, but had preliminaries to attend to first. "Suck on her breasts," he commanded. "I can't," Carla said. "Suck on her breasts. Suck, suck, suck." Carla sucked on her sister's breasts. "Hurry up, please," as she glanced up at him in the doorway. "Lick her cunt," he demanded. Carla knew that Tammy menstruated at that time of the month and didn't want to perform oral sex knowing that. Bernardo grabbed Carla by the back of her head and shoved her head between her sister's legs. "Lick," he ordered. He watched for a moment, but she still wasn't doing it to his satisfaction. "You're not doing it," he said, becoming more and more irate. "I am so. Do it. Lick her cunt. Lick it. Lick it up clean. Now put your finger inside." "I don't want to." "Do it now. Quick. Right now. Put 3 fingers right inside." "No." "Put it inside." "Inside. Inside." Carla began sobbing, but she eventually complied. Carla probed Tammy's vagina with her finger for a few moments, and then removed her hand. She grimaced as she looked at her forefinger. There was a red streak of menstrual blood on the top. Bernardo turned the camera to the finger. "Okay, taste it." She refused. "Taste it. Inside, inside." I did, she cried out. After doing what he had ordered her to do, he still wasn't satisfied. "Now do it again, deeper. Inside, deeper." Carla repeated the act, but Bernardo still wasn't satisfied. "Deeper, deeper, right inside, okay? Taste good? Taste good?" "Fucking disgusting," Carla said. Bernardo turned off the camera and hit Carla in the arm. He was not satisfied with her level of enthusiasm. She was supposed to say how much she enjoyed it. He picked up the camera again and switched it on. "Taste good?" he resumed. Still she wouldn't budge. "No," she said. Bernardo handed the camera to Carla. She recorded him as he raped Tammy vaginally and anally for the second time. He hadn't yet climaxed. He withdrew abruptly. Carla put the camera down and turned it off. "I don't know why," Paul said, "but I think there's something wrong." Tammy's face had turned blue. While Paul was sodomizing her, her neck was crimped to the side, possibly blocking her air passage and causing her to vomit. Carla went up to her room and brought down a makeup mirror. She put it under her sister's nose to see if the glass would fog. "Oh my God," she shrieked when no fog appeared. "She's not breathing. Tammy's not breathing. Oh my God. I think I just killed my sister." That night, as Carolyn Homolka, cousin of Tammy, was drifting off to sleep in Georgian Bay, Ontario, she heard a noise. She saw someone at the foot of her bed coming toward her, calling out for help. They came closer, emerging from the shadows, finally revealing their identity. "Tammy!" Carolyn called out, jolting upright in her bed. Soon she had awoken completely and found the room to be empty. She dismissed it as a dream. The timing was odd, however. She had been thinking a lot about Tammy, and they had been very close. When first responders arrived at the Homolka house upon the report of a call about a girl who had stopped breathing, they found her in her bedroom at the point of no return. The gray pallor of her skin was the surest sign that, despite the medic's best attempts to revive her, nothing could be done. They were curious about the baseball-sized red spot around her mouth. Dorothy, Carell, and Carla's sister Lori came rushing down the stairs. Bernardo was inconsolable, wailing, "No, no, 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 no! I should have been able to save her. She can't be gone. She just can't." Carla threw her arms around her mother's shoulders. Her parents still didn't know that their youngest daughter had died. "What's going on, Carla?" Lori asked. "It's Tammy. She's not breathing." "Oh my God, what's happened?" A police officer joined the family in the kitchen and informed them that emergency crews were doing all they could to revive Tammy and they would take her to the hospital soon. He wanted to know what happened. Paul and Carla gave him their version as he took notes. What they told him was that the three of them were in the basement watching a movie when Tammy complained about having trouble seeing. They assumed her vision had been blurred due to the alcohol she had imbibed, and they didn't ask her if she was feeling ill. Paul and Carla said they fell asleep in each other's arms while watching the rest of the movie and awoke to the sound of Tammy gagging. Paul tried to revive her with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and when that didn't work, he called 911. The officer felt something was missing from this story. If she stopped breathing in the den, why did the EMS personnel find her in her bedroom? Then there was the red mark around her mouth. He wondered if instead of drinking, they had maybe been freebasing cocaine. For the moment, he kept the questions to a minimum so that the couple could get themselves together. While Tammy was on a stretcher being led away to the ambulance, the officer took a closer look at the red mark on her face. Dorothy and Carell dressed and followed the ambulance to the hospital. The officer went down to the den to get more details from Paul and Carla. Lori joined them. With no prompting from the officer whatsoever, Bernardo said, "I want you to know that there was absolutely no drugs involved in this incident." "I never said there were," the officer said, "but we'll get to that later." He was taking statements from them when the phone rang. It was for the officer. Bad news. Tammy Homolka was dead. "How is she?" Bernardo asked. When informed she was dead, Paul's reaction was the most hysterical and melodramatic. He banged the back of his head against the wall and screamed, "No, no, no!" Then he hugged his knees to his chest and rocked back and forth on the couch. "No, no!" he yelled once more. He started pulling at his hair. Carla and Lori were more subdued. They sobbed and hugged each other. The officer waited for the strongest of the emotional reactions to subside. Lori went up to her bedroom to make a phone call. He followed her and listened at a distance. Lori informed a friend of her sister's death. Satisfied that there was nothing suspicious going on up there, he went back down to the den. Paul was alone. "Where is she, Paul?" Bernardo pointed to another room. The officer approached the room and was stunned to hear the rumbling of a washing machine. It was an odd hour and occasion to do laundry, wasn't it? He walked in as Homolka shoved the comforter, which had been on the floor in the den, into the machine. The officer stopped her. "Everything in the room has to be in the condition it was when we arrived, until the investigation is over. That's just standard procedure." Carla didn't argue. The officer carried the comforter back into the den and resumed the interview. He wanted to know why they moved Tammy from the den to her bedroom. "The lighting in the rec room was too dark," Bernardo said. "The light in the bedroom was quite bright. I thought that would be better so we could see what we were doing." The dimmer switch had likely been capable of providing enough light. The officer didn't turn the dimmers all the way up to test this theory. He also assumed that Bernardo hadn't tested out the lights, and people can behave differently during times of crisis. They often can't concentrate. At the moment, this matter didn't concern him as much as the red mark on Tammy's face. How could she have gotten that burn? Paul was ready with the best lie he could muster. The mark was probably a rug burn created as he and Carla moved her to her bedroom. The officer took this in. The only way the rug burn could have been created is if they had dragged her face down. That would be an odd way to carry someone they loved and were trying to save. Though the officer was puzzled about the couple's answers, he was left with little other recourse than to file a report and submit it to senior officers. Other detectives speculated that since none of Tammy's hair was singed, freebase combustion could be ruled out. They considered that stomach acids may have caused the burn. Hours later, Paul and Carla were at the police station. They had both given statements and waited for the detectives to relay to them the hospital's explanation about what caused the burn mark. Around dawn, they were still there, and Bernardo became irate. "I know my rights," he shouted at them. "You can't hold us here if you're not going to charge us with anything. So either charge us or we'll leave." There had been no mention of charges. The detectives were still just trying to ascertain how a healthy 15-year-old girl could suddenly choke on her own vomit and die. All they wanted were answers. They informed the couple that if they wanted to leave, they were free to go. Bernardo called for a taxi, and he and Carla headed back to the Homolka household. Meanwhile, the police questioned Carell about Paul. Carell had nothing suspicious to report. After Paul and Carla had returned home and managed to get some privacy, their first priority was to look for the tape they made of Tammy's rape that they had hidden in the basement behind a shelf of preserves. The problem was they couldn't find it right away. They panicked. "It's gone," he said. "The cops have got it." Then he put his forefinger to his mouth. "Shh, that house is probably bugged." They continued to search and finally found the tape at the end of the shelf. Bernardo was relieved. "It's a good thing they didn't find this, or we would have been screwed." Tammy Lynn Homolka's funeral was on Boxing Day, casting a pall over the Homolka family's Christmas. Paul and Carla blended in with the rest of the bereaved, their anguish matching up with that of the other attendees of the funeral. Whether their outward expression of grief was born of sincerity or not, they convinced the guests that they were suffering in their own right. Before Tammy's casket was closed and prepared for burial, Paul and Carla placed handwritten notes inside before it was closed. The following is Paul's message. "Dear Tammy, my dearest little sister, words cannot express the deep sorrow and regret that I now feel. You gave me your love and trusted me like your big brother. We shared a lot of good times, and you touched my heart in a way no one else ever could. I love you, Tammy. I always have, and will. I miss you so much, and my life will never be the same now that you're gone. If I ever caused you any harm or pain, Tammy, please forgive me. I only wanted the best for you, just for you to be happy and to experience the joys of this world. Please forgive me, Tammy. I'll love you from now. I'll love you from now till eternity, and I'm looking forward to seeing you once again when I die. Love, your brother Paul. XO, XO, XO. Dorothy, devastated, remarked that a part of her died with Tammy. Carell was also inconsolable. He lost interest in his business as he fell into a deep depression. Still, they had nothing but good things to say about the man whose culpability in the murder and rape of their daughter was still unknown to them. As Dorothy said to one visitor, I don't know how we could have got through this if it weren't for Paul. He's so upset, yet he's handling it so well. At one point during the proceedings, Paul and Carla excused themselves. They told everyone they needed to grieve in solitude. They went down to the basement and closed the door to the den. Bernardo inserted a tape into the VCR. He couldn't select just any tape, because the mourners would have questioned the selection of a regular movie on a day like that. He played some footage he shot of Tammy playing soccer. He turned up the volume so that their conversation could not be heard beyond the environs of the den. If you ever tell anybody, Bernardo said, as he grabbed Carla aggressively by the arm, I'll kill you. And I'll kill your other sister, and then I'll kill your parents. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'll kill your whole family if you ever open your mouth. Don't ever forget that I've got the tape, and we're both on it. He emphasized that if either one of them talked, they would both spend the rest of their lives in prison. In the weeks to come, everyone in the family, along with Bernardo, awaited the results of the autopsy. Bernardo was so stressed he became more and more abusive toward Carla. It was a load off his mind when the results arrived in the mail. The coroner discovered that she had choked on her own vomit while asleep, which is something that happens to many people while they are intoxicated. They couldn't find any alternate explanation for the mark on her face. They also didn't find evidence of trauma or foul play. They did notice something unusual about her orifices, but nothing that could prove the incidence of sexual assault. For the time being, Paul Bernardo and Carl Homolka were in the clear. Paul's presence wasn't as welcome around the house after Tammy's death. Though they didn't implicate him in her death, and he was welcome as a son-in-law, he wasn't a member of the family, and therefore an interloper. They also didn't care for the way he treated Carla, always hovering over her. Where Carla went, Paul was there. If she had a conversation with her parents, not only was he there, but he would be eavesdropping, interrupting, or even dominating the conversation. He ordered Carla around, and he was not discreet about it. He had her waiting on him, fetching him food and beverages. She had become his servant, and this nettled them to no end. Carla became neurotic, never doing anything without ensuring that she had procured Paul's approval. Still, they seemed happy, and considering that there was already so much pain in the Homolka's lives, they decided against causing even more by confronting Carla about Paul's behavior. Around mid-January, the rest of the Homolkas made an effort to engage with everyday life again. Corral went on a 7-day business trip accompanied by Dorothy. Lori spent that week with relatives. One night, after they all had left, Paul and Carla locked all the doors, went down to the basement, and had sex in front of the fireplace, close to where they had raped and killed Tammy. He recorded it on video, telling Carla it was something they could enjoy years later. Afterward, they adjourned to Tammy's bedroom. It remained unchanged since the last day she was alive. Everything was exactly as Tammy had left it. Paul set up the video camera, pointing it at the bed. He looked around for a picture of Tammy and selected the one taken most recently. Carla donned Tammy's black miniskirt and black blouse, Paul's favorite of all Tammy's outfits. Paul reminded Carla not to say anything stupid that would ruin the tape. He was referring to the moment in the tape of Tammy's rape when she told him she didn't enjoy violating her unconscious sister. "It's my only tape of Tammy, and you fucked it up. Don't make that mistake again." These reminders were frequently punctuated with punches to her shoulders, arms, and other parts of her body that can be concealed with clothing. If she ever had a black eye, her family would know he was abusing her, and his domineering behavior had already aroused their suspicion. Paul turned on the camera, climbed onto Tammy's bed, and lay on his back. He stared at the picture of Tammy. Carla climbed into bed with him. She brushed her hair over the top of her head so that it would cover her face. "Here's my little virgin Tammy," Paul said, still staring at the picture, which he held close to Carla's face as she performed fellatio on him. "Fucked by me. I broke the hymen." Tammy was a virgin, Carla said, a well-established fact, but for Paul it was like listening to a favorite song, a pleasure one enjoys in multiple doses. Carla performed oral sex on Bernardo for a few more minutes. After this, Bernardo turned over on his hands and knees so that Carla could perform analingus on him as she rubbed his penis all the while. "I love licking your ass," she said, cognizant of what consequences she would face if she didn't reassure him she was having the time of her life, gratifying him sexually. "I love sucking your cock. I love you. I love to be fucking you so much." Paul moaned in pleasure as he stared at the picture of Tammy. He rotated onto his back and covered Carla's face with her hair as she resumed performing oral sex on him. "I love you so much," she said. Bernardo held the picture of Tammy near Carla's head while she continued to perform fellatio. "I love you too, Tammy," he said. "I want your cock in me," Carla said. "I'll give you the best orgasm of all. Together we're perfect. I want to lose my virginity to you." She was really speaking his language now. "You didn't know I was filming you when you were in your room, undressing," he said. "But I was watching you through the window." "Can you ever stop thinking of me?" Carla, as Tammy said. "Can you ever stop coming in my face? Take my virginity, Paul. Take it." "I will, Tammy. I love you, Tammy." He turned Carla over onto her hands and knees. He pulled up her short black skirt and penetrated her anally. She moaned with pleasure. "Take my virginity, Paul. Take it." "I love you, Tammy," he said, still staring at Tammy's picture. "Oh, I'm losing my virginity. I love you, Paul. I love you so much." Later, Paul wanted more oral sex. "Suck me, Tammy. Hard." Carla performed fellatio as he concentrated on the photo of Tammy. A while later, he decided on another position. He told Carla to go to the side of the room and wait for his cue. He positioned the camera so that it was aimed at the side of the bed. He lay on his back at the edge of the bed, his legs apart and resting on the bed frame. He was ready. He looked into the camera and smiled. He directed Carla to walk up to the bed. "Hi, Tam," he said to Carla. "Hi, Paul. Gonna make me happy? I love sucking you." "Tammy, hard." Carla performed fellatio as he concentrated on the photo of Tammy. A while later, he decided on another position. He told Carla to go to the side of the room and wait for his cue. He positioned the camera so that it was aimed at the side of the bed. He lay on his back at the edge of the bed, his legs apart and resting on the bed frame. He was ready. He looked into the camera and smiled. He directed Carla to walk up to the bed. "Hi, Tam," he said to Carla. "Hi, Paul. Gonna make me happy? I love sucking you. You're better than Carla, that's for sure. I love you. Will you fuck me, Paul?" Carla got down on her knees at the side of the bed and started massaging Paul's penis. Once again, he pushed her hair over her face. Then he lay back and stared at Tammy's picture as Carla performed fellatio. "I'm a virgin." "Oh, Tammy," he said, moaning now. "Oh, I love you. Yes, 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 my little virgin. Yes. I love you, Paul. I'm your virgin." This continued for another 20 minutes. Carla would look up at him and find that he was lost in Tammy's image. Once he climaxed, he fell asleep with the photo, like a child with a teddy bear. At this point, Carla was just as much of a prop in his sex fantasies as the photo of Tammy. To make matters worse, he could blackmail her into doing his bidding, no matter what dastardly deed it consisted of, because of the dark secret contained in the videotape in the basement behind the shelf of preserves. He could get her to do everything he wanted. It was quite a stroke of luck for a man who rarely felt satisfied, even after she catered to his every whim. He had wanted Tammy for months, had gotten her, and now he could have more virgins, and Carla would have to serve them up by any means necessary. The ratio of power in their relationship was now 100 to 0. Carla had lost all personal autonomy. She lived to serve Paul. When she accepted his proposal of marriage, she made a deal with the devil. Then again, she was no angel herself. With almost an entire week in the house without Carell, Dorothy, and Lori, Bernardo went out driving on the lookout for girls. Before he departed, he told Carla that if he came back with someone, he wanted her either to hide or to lie and say she was his sister. Hours later, he returned with a 16-year-old girl. Carla hid behind the living room drapes. Paul and the girl went down to the basement, where they remained for several hours. Once they finished, he drove her home. When he returned, he was as proud as a Boy Scout who had just earned a merit badge. "I fucked her ass off the whole time," he reported. Carla was programmed like a robot to utter exactly what Bernardo wanted to hear. "You're the king. You deserve it. You deserve the best." The Homolka family was more uncomfortable with Bernardo's presence than ever, especially Lori. She began to pressure her mother. "Could you just ask him to go? Could he please leave?" Dorothy and Carell had also grown tired of his presence, and Dorothy promised Lori she would attend to the matter. Carla cried when Dorothy told her that the best thing would be for Paul to leave and return to his family's house in Scarborough. Carla panicked. She knew he would be livid and would take it out on her. Whenever he didn't get what he wanted, he took it out on her if he felt she had the power to give it to him. She couldn't tell her parents this, of course, so she simply begged Dorothy to let him stay. Her parents stood firm. They needed their privacy. It had only been a month since Tammy's death, after all. Bernardo, they emphasized, was her fiancé and therefore not part of the family. After his upbringing in the Bernardo household, the Homolkas became the family of Paul's dreams. Dorothy was mentally stable. Carell was not a convicted sex offender who molested his own daughter. They didn't live in squalor and were happy, or at least they were until Carla's boyfriend raped and killed their youngest daughter. When Carla reported this to Paul, he became enraged. He felt the sting of this rejection deeply, though there was no way he would accept responsibility for it. He would not accept that he could have continued to live with their happy family, soon to join them, had he not killed Tammy. Instead, he made of Carla the scapegoat he could blame for everything that had gone wrong. He didn't want to prove to his mother that he was the bastard son from hell she told him he was. He shifted blame beyond Carla, cursing not just her, but her parents and Lori. "That's just earned you 5, he told her, meaning he would hit her 5 times, 1 for every member of her family, including Tammy. I'll never come back to this house. Never." Bernardo returned to Scarborough, but he wasn't comfortable with the idea of leaving her alone with her family. He feared she might confess if they pressured her enough. He needed to reassert his control over her. He could only do that if they got their own place. The day after Paul left the Homolka's homestead, he took Carla along with him as he hunted for a new place to stay. He was still fond of St. Catharines, and one area he was particularly taken with was Port Dalhousie. It wasn't the scenic lakeside views that appealed to him. It was the young athletic females who belonged to the local rowing club and could frequently be seen jogging through the streets. His reign of terror in Scarborough as its most feared sex offender had ended, and now he would become the possible scourge of any young woman who dared to walk the streets of Port Dalhousie alone at night. They rented a house, and once they were situated, Paul became a full-time cigarette smuggler. He was close to the Canadian-American border, and he had the customers. He made $1,000 every week. Adjusted for inflation, that would be $1,600 a week in 2018 dollars. It didn't help, though, that he was spending it just as quickly. Carla's parents were not keen on the idea of her moving in with Bernardo. He was only making what they called a clerk's salary and didn't even have a real job. They also objected to them renting such an expensive house. Their protests fell on deaf ears. Bernardo insisted that Carla move in with him, and that was that. There was nothing she could say no to while he had her on video raping her own unconscious sister. There were many reasons to like the house. It was recently renovated with all sorts of creature comforts added, like his and hers walk-in closets and a jacuzzi. Whatever Bernardo's opinions of these perks would have been, what appealed to him primarily was that it was an appropriate place to bring 2 girls he had spotted in the community. Paul assigned the job of convincing them to have sex with him to Carla. One was called Jane and the other Margaret. Their names have not been publicly revealed due to the fact that they were both minors, and a court order instituting a publicity ban on their identities was registered. Meanwhile, progress was glacial at the DNA lab where Bernardo's blood sample awaited analysis at the Center of Forensic Sciences in Toronto in early 1991. 224 samples were alphabetized, according to the suspects' names. "Wouldn't it be quicker just to bring in the phone book?" one homicide detective said facetiously. To make matters worse, the lab was backed up with requests from other law enforcement agencies across Ontario. The police reminded them that the Scarborough Rapist could have killed somebody by then. The scientists were sympathetic, but they had to follow protocol. While the forensic scientists were analyzing DNA samples, Paul and Carla set up their new life at the house. They furnished it from top to bottom, though a spare bedroom on the second floor was set aside especially for Bernardo. It was to be his office and recording studio. He had planned for a long time to become a rich and famous rap star, and he would begin work on his music in earnest now that he had purchased the equipment and facilitated the recording sessions with a space of his own. Even if he had never been arrested and convicted of his myriad crimes, the likelihood that Paul Bernardo, or Young Hype, as he would have identified as a rap artist, would ever have so much as gotten a record deal was nil. He had a weak voice like a 14-year-old boy. He also lacked ability as a writer of lyrics, with most lines out of proportion with one another and lacking in consistent rhyme, violating the orthodoxy of the genre, what seasoned and capable practitioners call flow.
And that's kind of like you're packing deadly innocence rather than a piece, because that's all you need, or that you need that front of the unknown, the art of secrecy or something, the art of deception. Okay, so ever get caught? No, never. Why? So they say, did you ever get caught? No, never. Why? They say, I'm a deadly innocent guy. You ever get caught? Did you ever get caught? Did you ever get caught? No, never, never. Why? I'm a deadly innocent guy. So keep on fronting, man. You fronting and you ride like you tough, man. You ain't been where I've been, man. You ain't seen what I've seen. You ain't at where I'm at, man. So this is not replacing Stick Up Kid, okay? Deadly Innocence is the theme song, the title track to the album, and it's basically establishing my street credibility. This is a more of a, you're hardcore battling the world through your ways of getting your illegal money or whatever you're doing. And use everything, all your feelings, and the real life feelings you all experience, including everything you experience in all the smuggling and all the other activities to make a buck on the street, which is important, and that establishes your street credibility. So come at me. I got a nice face. I look like a pretty boy, man. I come back with my b-boy hat looking like I'm 13 years old. I'll kick your ass and blow your head out. I'll kill your parents out there, man. I'll your sister. Did you ever get caught? No, never. Why? I'm a deadly innocent guy. I'm a solo creep. I make the girls weep, acting out my crimes while the others sleep. No confession, no case. It's not the question, just get out of my face. You got no confession. You got no case.
It is hard to make the connections to break into the industry, and even harder considering that mere competence is inadequate. Only exceptional hip-hop poets sell records. It doesn't help when you're white and trying to make it in an art form invented and dominated by African Americans. A few white rappers like Beastie Boys, Third Base, and Eminem have managed to gain acceptance due to their undeniable talent. What was undeniable about Young Hype was that he had none. Even the maligned and disgraced Vanilla Ice could carry a tune more proficiently than Bernardo. He wasn't much of a producer either. He lifted instrumental sections from other rappers' records and mixed them together. He should have stuck to bookkeeping and smuggling cigarettes. The domestic life Paul and Carla settled into at Port Dalhousie was a more extreme version of what went on at the Homolka house during the week when they had the house to themselves shortly after Tammy's death. Paul's mood swings were becoming more problematic for Carla all the time. Anything could set him off, and he would hit her or even throw her to the ground. After the rage came contrition. He once pushed her through a pair of French doors. She landed on a nail and was cut by it. He helped her up and apologized. He watched as she cleaned the wound. Carla went to bed relatively early because she had to get up at 7 a.m. for her job at a veterinary clinic. Paul was living off unemployment insurance. He stayed up late, drinking alcohol, and listening to music. He frequently used his tape of Tammy's rape as pornography, masturbating to it regularly. It represented a goal he had been working toward for many years, and it couldn't be beat. Not yet, anyway. He decided their queen-size bed wasn't big enough for the two of them, so he pushed Carla onto the floor one night. He asked her to sleep on the floor. From then on, she always slept on the floor. At one point, he bought her a foam mattress. Carla was beginning to bemoan what she had gotten herself into with this man. He had turned into a monster, and there was no sign that his behavior was going to improve. He would beat her for something as petty as a leaking faucet. If she didn't accommodate his sexual requests, he beat her. The dream life she thought he would provide for her had turned into a nightmare. Carla announced to her parents that she and Paul were going ahead with the wedding in June. They were dumbfounded. Wasn't it a little too soon after Tammy's death to proceed with such an occasion? 6 months was hardly enough time to heal that wound. It didn't matter to Carla. It was what Paul wanted, and that was the argument that counted to her at that point. He told her that a wife cannot testify against her husband. It isn't true, but whether he was mistaken or wanted it to be true, it was something she was forced to accept. Dorothy and Carell were alarmed at the lavish conditions Paul and Carla had in mind for the wedding. They would book one of the nicest hotels in Niagara-on-the-Lake and invite over 100 guests. There would even be a horse and carriage transporting them from the church. The way Bernardo saw it, he had standards to maintain, and he only deserved the best. He was a successful young man with a beautiful wife in a lovely house in Port Dalhousie. He felt that a more economical wedding would not befit his image. Though he had vowed never to return to the Homolka house, He deigned to visit them with Carla to discuss the wedding plans. The approximate cost for the wedding was $10,000, or $16,000 in 2018 dollars. Though they were a middle-class couple, they spent most of their savings on Tammy's funeral. Still, Bernardo refused to cut the budget, not on one single detail. His sense of entitlement was mind-boggling. If you don't have the money, then remortgage your house, he told the Homolkas. They were flabbergasted. They looked at Carla, hoping she could bring sanity to the conversation. Even if she did agree with them, and she wasn't as eager to marry him at that point, she was trapped and could say nothing to contradict Bernardo. So she didn't. Dorothy and Carell agreed to pay for most of the wedding's expenses. The Bernardos would have to pay the remainder. Your parents are cheap, Bernardo told Carla on their way home. A friend noticed bruises on Carla's arms. Carla told her some of the dogs at work had been especially rough on her. They discussed the plans for Carla and Paul's upcoming nuptials. Her friend was envious. Outwardly, Carla acknowledged her good fortune. Privately, she realized she was living a lie and rued the fact that there was no way out. Participating in the rape and murder of her sister may not have put her behind bars, but there were consequences, and in a sense, it was as if she were in prison. Bernardo's abuse only marked the beginning of her punishment. Instead of a stag party, Bernardo and his old friend from Scarborough, Van Smearness, went on a trip to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It would be spring break when they landed, and Bernardo was determined to bed as many girls as he could before his wedding. Smearness was happy to spend time with Bernardo again and doing what they had done years ago, chasing skirt. They were enjoying themselves on the beach. Smearness was glad to see this since Bernardo was still grieving the death of Tammy Homolka. Still, though Smearness was macho and sexist in his own right, it mostly manifested as posturing, and he usually opted for the moral high ground at the end of the day. That's why Smearness thought it was in bad taste that Bernardo was using Tammy's death to elicit sympathy from sexual prospects. Paul would say things to girls like, "I'm here because I'm trying to get over the death of my sister, Tammy Lynn." Tasteless or not, the line was effective. The women they met would feel sorry for Bernardo and endeavor to cheer him up. One day Van and Paul were walking along the beach when Paul spotted a blonde in a string bikini that he found appealing. So appealing that he began to quiver as if he had been electrocuted. It was Van who was shocked, though, when Bernardo said to him, "How'd you like to knock the bitch down and rape her?" It wasn't the first time Van had had that question posed to him by Bernardo. He shrugged it off. Bernardo didn't press it. To Van, the notion of Paul raping women was absurd. He had no trouble luring women into consenting relations. One night, Van and Paul were back at their hotel room. Paul was in the corner with a girl. They were both topless and were making out. At one point, she raked her sharp, manicured fingernails across his back, digging into his flesh. He shrieked out in pain like a little bitch. He threw the girl to the floor. He ran to a mirror and looked over his shoulder to inspect the damage. Bernardo turned to the girl and began shouting and swearing at her. There was a small kitchen adjacent to the bedroom. He ran to the kitchen, produced a large knife, and turned back to the girl. "No bitch is going to scratch me," he said. He advanced toward her. She was terrified now and clutched her clothes to her chest. Van intervened, standing between Paul and the girl. "What the hell's wrong with you?" he said. "Have you gone crazy?" Bernardo was possessed. "I'll kill the bitch." "Jesus, give me that knife," said Smearness. He reached for the knife. Paul handed it to him reluctantly, like a child surrendering a stolen toy. "Goddamn bitch," Bernardo said as she dressed and left. After she left, Smearness was still alarmed. "What the hell got into you?" His inquiry barely registered on Bernardo's radar. Paul was grooming his hair and admiring his good looks. Though they had known each other for years, Van began to wonder how well he really knew his old friend from Scarborough. The young women of Scarborough were now safe, but the same could not be safe of those who lived in Port Dalhousie. The trip to Fort Lauderdale long behind him, Paul's misogynistic rage demanded satisfaction, and he began stalking and assaulting young women who lived in the area. One girl was jogging along on an April morning. It was not yet 6 a.m., and there was no one else in sight that she was aware of. She was 15 years old. Bernardo's favorite vintage. Bernardo emerged from some bushes and pounced on her from behind. He held her mouth shut with one gloved hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist. He dragged her into the bushes. There wasn't a chance for her to defend herself or scream for assistance. She was a rower and in tip-top physical condition, but her strength was no match for Bernardo's. "Make any noise and I'll kill you," he threatened. He shoved her face to the ground. He yanked off her jogging pants and underwear. He sodomized her in an irrational rage. This was more vicious than any of his other rapes to date. He punched her in the back as hard as he could as he shoved her head into the icy waters of Richardson's Creek. Once it was over, he warned her that if she called for help, he would return and kill her. He ran away into the bushes and disappeared. Suddenly the girl heard voices. She yelled for help and 2 men came to her aid. "He raped me," she screamed, pointing in the direction Paul had run. The 2 men ran in that direction and caught a glimpse of Bernardo in the distance. They were both athletic, so Bernardo had his work cut out for him. When they reached an open field, he disappeared. The sun had not completely risen, and he escaped into the opacity of the shadows. A description of Paul was given, and the victim notified officers that he resembled the composite sketch of the Scarborough Rapist. The Port Dalhousie police consulted the Toronto Police Service, but they told them there were no reports of him offending outside of the city, and they settled with that. Bernardo's misogynistic rage had become volcanic. He erupted at Carla over anything at this point. The transgression could not be too minute. He punched her, kicked her, threw a knife at her, and even beat her with a belt. He was also incensed that she didn't write him enough love notes. Not only did she increase her productivity in this area, but she would apologize for whatever had incurred his wrath whenever he abused her. One day, 2 weeks before his wedding to Carla, Bernardo assembled some items from home that combined into what he called his rape kit: twine, a pair of black pantyhose, and a green-handled knife in a camouflaged sheath. He always took it with him when he went out for a drive in search for new victims. This was no secret to Homolka. He told her several times. He was serious. She knew that, but she couldn't bring herself to believe he would actually abduct a young girl like he said he would. She should have known by then that he was not one to issue idle threats. That night, 15-year-old Leslie Mahaffy, a resident of Burlington, Ontario, was congregated with some friends in an informal gathering outdoors. They had attended the funeral of a friend and were mourning. Leslie lost track of time and had violated her curfew. The curfew was a sore point between Leslie and her mother, a strict woman who wanted Leslie home by 11 o'clock. Leslie had become rebellious, and on this evening, she didn't head back toward home until after midnight. The penalty for violating curfew was that her mother would lock all doors and windows. Leslie would have to find somewhere else to sleep or else spend all night outdoors. As promised, her mother had locked all entrances to her house. Leslie called a friend and asked her if she could stay there. No such luck. Leslie was anxious because she hadn't taken her wallet with her and had no money. In the past, she had gone to a motel to sleep when she was locked out. Leslie could have faced the music and woken her mother, but instead of facing this unpleasant confrontation, she went around back and sat at the family's picnic table. Suddenly, a man emerged from the shadows and walked toward her. She was startled. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Bernardo had been stealing license plates that night. He used them while smuggling cigarettes. Strangely, though he didn't see this as an appropriate explanation, he told her instead that he was casing the homes in the neighborhood because he was planning on burglarizing one of them. Whether she didn't believe him or simply didn't care what he was up to, she simply said, "Cool." That was how he described the scenario to Homolka. He asked her why she was out so late. "I've been locked out of my house and I'm scared to wake up my parents." She asked him for a cigarette, and he told her he had a pack in his car, which was parked on the next street over. She followed him to the car and he gestured for her to get into the passenger seat. Though he seemed friendly and harmless, she was still reluctant to get in. "Okay, but I won't shut the doors," she said. She got into the car and kept her legs out on the road. He passed her a cigarette and lit it for her. She looked away from him when she blew the smoke out the door. When she looked back at him, she was confronted with a knife at her throat. "Get your legs into the car," Bernardo ordered. She pulled her legs into the car. He reached across her and slammed the door. He hit the lever on her seat so that it fell backwards so far she was almost lying flat. Anyone who would have looked into the car after that would not have likely seen her. "Do as I say or I'll kill you," he threatened her. He reached in back for a polo shirt while still holding the knife at her throat. He tied the shirt around her head into a blindfold. He retrieved a blanket from the back seat and covered her. Leslie started to cry as he drove off toward Port Dalhousie. He amused himself en route by admiring his handiwork and running his hand along her body. "Just do what I tell you and you won't get hurt," he lied. When Bernardo pulled into his garage back in Port Dalhousie, Leslie Mahaffy was frozen from fear and disoriented due to the blindfold. Bernardo got out of the car and said to her, "If you try to run, I'll kill you." He closed the garage door. Bernardo opened the passenger door and helped Leslie out. He took her to the living room and ordered her to kneel. He warned her that if she allowed the blindfold to slip and saw him, he would have to kill her. He grabbed his video camera and aimed it at her. "Here's what I want you to do," he told her. "Unbutton your blouse and lift up your bra. Do as I tell you and you won't get hurt, okay?" "Okay," she said. "Now I've got a camera here and I'm going to turn it on and I want you to do everything I tell you. If you don't, I'm going to punish you, okay?" "Yes." "Okay, I'm turning the camera on. Now do as I told you." Leslie undid the buttons of her blouse and then shoved up her brassiere. Bernardo took in her body with the camera's lens. "Tell me your name," he commanded. "Leslie Mahaffy." "Okay, good girl. Now come here." She followed the sound of his voice as he backed up into the hallway. "Turn around and go straight." She walked down the hallway, bumping into him as she went past. She apologized for hitting him. "Don't worry about it," he said. "Okay." He ordered her to enter the bathroom and over to the toilet. She pulled down her pants and sat on the toilet while he continued taping her. He got down on his knees and placed the camera close to her crotch. "You can hear it okay?" he asked, referring to the machinery of the camera. "Oh my God," she said, becoming aware that he had recorded her urinating on camera. "Yeah, you knew," he said, moving the camera closer to her vagina. She tried backing away, but he stopped her. "Come closer," he said. "Be good for me, okay?" "Okay." She began to urinate. He was ecstatic. "Ooh, good girl, beautiful job, fucking perfect, just perfect. Very, very good. Good girl, oh yeah." He was aroused and he rubbed his crotch until she finished. He turned off the camera and guided her to a spare bedroom. He closed the blinds and told her to lie on the bed. Once she did this, he tied her hands to the bedpost with a twine. Once she was secured, he hurried to the master bedroom, where his bride-to-be was sleeping on the floor, as usual. "Car, wake up," he said, shaking her, like he was an 8-year-old on Christmas morning. When Carla opened her eyes, she saw that Bernardo was elated. His face was flushed, and she could see excitement in his eyes. Whatever was going on, she saw happiness in him she hadn't witnessed in a very long time. "I did it," he said. "I got a girl. She's in the house, downstairs." At first, Homolka assumed he picked up a woman at a bar. She hoped he hadn't actually abducted a woman and brought her there. "Stay up here," he commanded, "until I call for you. Go back to sleep. We'll talk later." Paul rushed back down to the guest room. Carla rolled over and went back to sleep. It was just after 3 a.m., but Bernardo was pumped. He typically kept late hours at this point in his life, since it had been months after he quit the 9-to-5 routine. It was the time of day when he was most aroused. Leslie was sobbing. She begged him to let her go. It was all in vain. He had dreamed of this for a long time, and had no intention of depriving himself of the pleasure of having a sex slave. He also wanted to savor the experience, and therefore took his time. He demanded that she stop crying. When she didn't, he punched her in the face so hard he cut her lip. That lip showed up as bruised in the videotape. He untied her. He removed her clothes and fondled her. He pinched her nipples so hard she screamed. He then proceeded to rape her, first vaginally and then anally. Once he finished raping her, he pulled her head down to his crotch and forced her to perform oral sex on him. He took his time in climaxing. He saw no need to rush. She had no autonomy, and nobody knew where she was. The sky was the only limit. Once he was finished with her, he got dressed and left her in the bedroom. He went downstairs and retrieved some champagne from the kitchen. He fetched 2 glasses, and then got sleeping pills from the bathroom. He put one in Leslie's glass. He He went back into the bedroom and filled both glasses with champagne. Celebrating the worst moment of Leslie's life, he told her he was happy with the way she approached the sex acts he forced her to perform. He gave her the glass with the sleeping pill and watched intently as she drank every bit of it. He drank his own and then filled their glasses once again. He picked up his video camera. He instructed her on what she was to do for him, warning that if she didn't do it exactly as he specified, she would be punished. "Okay," he said, positioning the camera near her vagina. "You've got to give me something. You've got to touch yourself and tell me what you feel." Leslie went through the motions of masturbation, rubbing the exterior of her vagina. "Tell me something," Bernardo ordered her. "Tell me something." Leslie's voice trembled with the rest of her body. "I don't know what to say." "I think you know, Leslie." He moved the lens closer. "I think you know what to say. Tell me something." "I don't." "Yes, you do." Bernardo was getting agitated now for not getting the right response. There was a script his imagination had written, but Leslie hadn't even read her lines. "Why don't you keep playing with yourself a little longer down there? That's perfect. Keep doing that." She inserted a finger into her vagina and moved it in and out repetitively. Bernardo approved. "I like that sound. Now who's your favorite guy right now?" "I don't know," she told him, sobbing again. Bernardo had been softly spoken up until now, but after he turned off the camera he became enraged. He punched her several times in her chest, her arms, and in the side of her head. "You're supposed to say it's me," he yelled. She cowered on the bed. "I'm sorry," she said. Bernardo switched the camera back on, determined that they would get it right this time. He wasn't about to let her ruin this rape video like Carla did with the Tammy tape. "Now who's your favorite guy?" he resumed. "I think you know who I want you to say." "I want you," she lied. "Do you?" "Yeah." "Okay, keep playing with yourself. You look fucking gorgeous. I want you too, Leslie." He began to remove the blindfold. "You're a good girl. Now keep your eyes shut tight. Really, really tight." He put the blindfold down and filmed her as she masturbated. She squeezed her eyes shut tight, terrified by what he might do next. She felt humiliated and degraded by the acts he forced her to commit. She feared for her life. Carla awoke that morning at 8 o'clock. She waited for Bernardo to summon her from the bedroom. She passed the time by reading the novel American Psycho by Bret Easton Ellis. She enjoyed it as much as he did, turning stomachs as she read the most graphic descriptions of murder while her co-workers ate lunch in the break room. Bernardo frequently referred to the book as his, quote, Bible. It's hardly surprising. Like Paul, the narrator Patrick Bateman is a handsome, blonde, 26-year-old businessman with an attractive blonde girlfriend. He is status-conscious, materialistic, vain, and obsessed with his physical appearance. Though he appeared well-adjusted and conforming, he was bursting at the seams with homicidal rage. He was obsessed with serial killers and had murdered several people, women among them. He even videotaped the crimes. Like Bernardo, Bateman cut up the bodies, disposed of them, and evaded capture by the police. Though Bernardo was no bookworm, it was no wonder he was so captivated by Ellis's yuppie serial killer. The way Paul saw it, he was a work in progress, and Patrick Bateman represented what he saw as his ideal self, the finished product ready for the market. Another book that captured Bernardo's imagination was The Perfect Victim. It was the true story about an American man named Cameron Hooker, who kidnapped a hitchhiker and trained her to be his sex slave. He put a box over her head so that she would become dependent on him for directions on how to go about her daily ablutions. He kept her prisoner for 7 years before he was found out. By then she was so brainwashed by him that he allowed her to have a job, knowing that she would return to his house every day. And she did, as instructed. There, he would continue to beat and rape her. Later that morning, Carla went downstairs to shower. On the way, she stopped to look inside the spare bedroom. Leslie and Paul were asleep, her due to halcyon and him due to exhaustion. Once downstairs, Carla became infuriated when she came upon the dining room table. It wasn't because her husband was lying beside a girl he had raped and would soon kill. It was because he used her finest crystal goblets to drink champagne with another woman. This was unforgivable. Those goblets were only supposed to be used on special occasions. It hadn't occurred to her that for Paul, the abduction and rape of Leslie was a special occasion. the Bernardo equivalent of a hot dog and hamburger holiday. As far as he was concerned, fireworks were in order. When Leslie awoke, Bernardo led her into the bathroom and told her to clean up. He recorded her on the video camera as she showered. She was wearing the blindfold, and it became soggy. She had to keep pushing it back up over her eyes, knowing he would go ballistic if she saw what he looked like. She hoped in vain that if she never saw him, he would take mercy on her and let her go. "Scrub your bum really well," Bernardo said, as he filmed her backside. He had raped her and forced her to perform demeaning sex acts, but he couldn't bring himself to say ass in her presence. Somehow he deemed profanity to be inappropriate in that moment. "Pardon," she said. "Your bum, scrub it really well." She followed suit, toweled herself dry, and got dressed. He led her back into the bedroom where she protested in vain before he raped her once more. Later, Carla was eating on the living room couch when Paul came down and joined her. He always had a high opinion of himself, but now he had practically become his own idol. He bragged about the way in which he lured Leslie into the car. "Do you think anyone saw you?" "No, there was no one around." He told Homolka to wait where she was, because he was going to take Leslie to the master bedroom. When he would be ready for Carla, he would call for her. Once upstairs, he told Leslie, "I want you to take your clothes off." He turned the camera on as she disrobed. He instructed her to get on her hands and knees. He put down the camera, took off his pants, and penetrated her vagina from behind. It was painful for her, and she begged him to stop, telling him she wasn't lubricated. This was not the kind of thing Bernardo viewed as any kind of inconvenience. "Arch your back," he ordered, as he ignored her cries. She didn't arch her back on his command. He punched her in the shoulders repeatedly until she complied. Once he was satisfied with this, he was in the mood for fellatio. He guided her to the bed, told her to get on her knees as he lay on his back with his legs around her shoulders. "Don't bite it with those braces, or I'll kill you. Just do what I want, and you won't get hurt." She cried as she performed oral sex on him. Once he climaxed, he forced her to swallow his ejaculate. Bernardo bound her legs with the twine, took handcuffs from the bedside table, and cuffed her hands behind her back, leaving her more powerless than ever, just the way he liked it. He left her on the floor this way as he lay on his comfortable bed and rested. Once Bernardo had gathered his strength again, he got up, unbound the twine, and unlocked the cuffs. He told her to put all her clothes back on except her blouse. He went downstairs and ordered Carla to follow him upstairs and to be silent. When Carla arrived in the room, Paul presented Leslie Mahaffy, blindfolded and sitting by a hope chest. Bernardo and Homolka sat down on the floor beside her. "Have you ever done it with 3 people?" he asked Leslie. "No," she replied, and started to cry as dread of what awaited her next creeped in. "There's somebody else here that I want you to have sex with." Leslie could only reply to this with more crying. She was as terrified as ever. She begged him to release her and vowed that she wouldn't report what he had done. He let her get this off her chest before revealing that the other person he wanted her to have sex with was a woman, thinking this might be somehow reassuring. He wasn't entirely wrong. Leslie did show a modicum of relief when she found out that it wasn't another man who was going to sodomize and beat her, as Bernardo had. "Okay," Bernardo said, "now get up and take off your clothes." Leslie disrobed, but experienced some difficulty removing her shorts because her hands were unsteady from trembling. Bernardo admired her as she struggled them down. "You know, you've got a pretty good body, except for the stomach. It's a little large." He turned to Homolka. "What do you think?" She wasn't supposed to say anything, and she wasn't to disagree with anything he said, so she just nodded. Bernardo turned back to Leslie. "Tell me if that blindfold slips. I'll have to kill you if you see my face." Leslie was told to climb onto the bed and wait. Paul and Carla took off their clothes. Bernardo ordered Carla and Leslie to kiss each other. Paul recorded it on video. "Good, good," he told them, "because you're doing such a good job. I want you girls to continue. Especially you, Leslie, because your freedom depends on it." Bernardo lay down on the bed and commanded them to perform fellatio on him, as he captured it for posterity. "Yeah, you're doing a great job," he said. The pleasure he felt evidenced in his voice. "Now what I want you both to do is lick up the shaft and kiss the top of my dick." Ever the perfectionist, he pushed Leslie's head to where he wanted it. Here, start here. Put your tongue on this side and lick up. These directions had all been verbal. Blindfolded and perhaps inexperienced sexually, Leslie was unsure about what it was he wanted her to do. Lick right up the side, he hectored. I want you to do it about 3 or 4 times. Okay, now kiss it. Now, again, lick the whole dick. The whole dick. Yes, Leslie said. Okay, now find your way up. Ooh, you're doing a good job. You're in my good books now, Leslie. Good girl, good girl. Not having degraded Leslie to his satisfaction, he declared that it was time for analingus. He passed the camera to Carla and got down on his hands and knees. Carla moved Leslie into position. Okay, put your tongue inside, Bernardo ordered her. Right in, right in. Okay, yeah, good girl, kiss my hole, Leslie. Kiss it. Make me feel good, Leslie. Leslie raised her head from his buttocks long enough to say, yes. I'm judging you right now. The next 2 hours are going to determine what I do to you, okay? Right now, you're scoring perfect. You're supposed to tell me something, Leslie. I want to hear something now and then. Don't forget. Okay. Put your tongue right in the hole, Leslie. Come on, get it right in my asshole. Put it in deep. Lower. Dig it in. Yes, yes. He began to moan. Good girl, Leslie. Good job. Perfect, Leslie. Perfect. Bernardo was happier than he had been in a long time. This was a dream come true for him, and he was in the mood to celebrate. He ordered Carla to make them all a round of drinks, motioning for her to spike Leslie's. Carla crushed a sleeping pill and dissolved it into Leslie's drink. Bernardo offered a toast, elated by his own good luck. He hoisted his glass. It's great being the king. You girls did really good. I'm really happy. Paul referred to Carla as his friend, and informed Leslie he wanted them to have sex. Before he turned the camera back on, he told Leslie to ask Carla if she could suck her breasts. Ask her now, he said, as he hit record. Can I suck your breasts? Carla nodded. Bernardo answered for Carla, saying, I think she says yes. Where is it? Leslie asked, not being able to find Carla's body blindfolded. Carla moved over to Leslie and placed her breasts close to Leslie's face. She placed a nipple close to her mouth. Impatient, Bernardo ordered her to ask Carla for permission to suck her breast once again. Can I suck your breasts? Carla shoved the nipple into Leslie's mouth. Good girl, Leslie, Bernardo said as he moved in closer with the camera. Good girl, I think you should say thank you to her for letting you do that. Thank you, Leslie said. And for what? Bernardo said. For letting me suck on your breasts. Okay, now I want you to practice on yourself, because you're going to be doing this to my friend, Bernardo said, moving Leslie's hand down to her vagina. She no longer tried to resist his orders, not even verbally. She dissociated from the experience and the other participants herself, becoming a distant and phlegmatic automaton. It was a survival mechanism. Bernardo had her body, but she was not going to hand her mind and soul over voluntarily. Put your finger right inside, Bernardo continued. He moved the camera closer to her vagina. Good girl. Now tell me your full name. Leslie Mahaffy. Say it again. Leslie Aaron Mahaffy. When were you born? In July 1976. And what's your favorite pastime, Leslie? I like spending time with my friends. You're a good girl. Do you like what you're doing now? Yes. And why is that, Leslie? Because it feels nice. Good girl. When you have to go to the bathroom, just tell me, okay? Bernardo gestured to Homolka to perform cunnilingus on Leslie. Bernardo continued to address their prisoner as Carla went to work. Just to let you know, Leslie, that's not me down there, he said, still getting everything on tape. Touch your breasts, Leslie. Touch your breasts. As Leslie placed her hands on her breasts, Bernardo ordered Carla to spread her legs. Okay, Leslie, now I want you to do it. He put her head into position at Carla's crotch. Put your tongue right in there, Leslie. You're doing good, Leslie. Keep it up. She's going to judge you on how good you do it. Come on, let me see that head bob, Leslie. Once they were finished with this, Bernardo led Mahaffy into the bathroom and filmed her as she urinated. He had another request to satisfy his scatological fantasies. Give me a big fart out of there. I want something really good, you see, because otherwise I'll kill you and dig it out myself. Leslie began to weep in earnest after he said that. And this time, she couldn't stop. Shockingly, Bernardo took mercy this time around. All right, I won't do that if you can't do it for me, but I want you to keep trying. Are you scared? Yes. Is that why it's not coming out? Yes. Is it coming out at all? I can feel it, but I can't quite make it. Even though you didn't do it, he told her, as she got up off the toilet. You noticed that I didn't fuck you up the ass. You noticed that? Thank you, Leslie said, as Bernardo guided her back to the master bedroom for more sex. Meanwhile, Leslie's mother, Deborah, got up and checked to see if Leslie had gotten in the night before. She had worried about her, having stayed out so late. She hoped and half anticipated that Leslie would return that afternoon, apologetic, safe, and sound. Early in the afternoon, there was no sign that Leslie was about to return. She started calling her friends. Bernardo was determined to punish Leslie for what he considered to be her lackluster performance in the bathroom. He cuffed her arms behind her back and bound her legs with an electrical cord. He installed her on her knees in front of the hope chest in the master bedroom, with her head on the floor and buttocks pointed up in the air. He held his knife to her throat. He reminded her that he held her life in his hands and could administer her demise at any moment. He removed his pants and motioned to Homolka to turn on the camera. He mounted Leslie from the rear. See, it's good and hard, he boasted, as he rubbed his penis across her buttocks. Oh yeah, you want it right now. Leslie's face was pressed flat against the floor and was turned to one side. She was crying from the pain. I just want to do what you want, she said. Good girl, yeah, he said. He penetrated her anus. Leslie screamed from the pain. Bernardo was unmoved. Yeah, oh yeah, he said, sodomizing her with fury. After all, this was revenge. You wouldn't shit for me, so you're going to get it up the ass, okay? As Bernardo saw it, anal rape was the most effective way to humiliate his victims, and this theory wasn't far off the mark. It was painful, no matter who the victim was, and their cries were music to his ears. Leslie pleaded for clemency. It hurts, please stop, please, I'll try again, okay? No. Why? You're going to shit after this. He laughed as he continued to thrust into her. Trust me, I want, Leslie started to say, but she was grimacing from such excruciating pain she couldn't speak. I'm pushing everything deep inside of you now. Leslie was screaming now as he forced himself into her rectum with more aggression than ever. Just take it, you cunt. Let me go, please, I won't ever say anything about you. Is this teaching you a lesson? He continued to thrust quicker and harder, driving himself to the limit as he grunted from the effort. Yes, this is teaching me. I learned. What's it teaching you? I'll never tell. I'll never double-cross you. Are you sure? I will never even go to the police. I want to see my family again. I want to see my brother. I want to see Ryan. I want to see my friends. Please, please. Bernardo replied between grunts. I'm gonna fuck you. Let me finish fucking you first. Keep telling me you're scared. Oh, please help me. Someone help me. Leslie screamed to anyone in the world who might have been able to hear her appeals by Providence. Though this caused Homolka some discomfort, she kept recording. She couldn't stop at this point. He would show her parents the Tammy tape. She would claim later that the material she was capturing on tape made her uncomfortable. She didn't feel much in the way of unease as she helped Paul make the homemade pornography he would watch and masturbate to over and over again in the coming months. Get your ass up into the air, Bernardo screamed at Leslie. I want your ass up there. Leslie didn't comply right away. He punched her back and shoulders until she positioned herself to his satisfaction. Keep arching it. As her face was shoved forward, the blindfold began to slip from her face. My mask, please fix it. Your mask is falling off? No, it didn't, but it will. Okay. He decided to climax before attending to this business. Once he ejaculated, he flopped down over Leslie's back, pinning her to the floor, like dead weight. He gestured to Homolka to stop recording. He was finally satisfied for the day. It was now after midnight, and he and Carla went downstairs to the kitchen to discuss what they were going to do with Leslie. They left her in the master bedroom, where she was bound and handcuffed. She was still groggy from the sleeping pills they slipped her during the day. We have to kill her, Bernardo said. Though Carla didn't disagree with him, she did consider the alternatives, which included letting her go and the way to go about it without facing the music. She agreed with him when he said that if they let her go, she would go straight to the police, and they would go straight to jail. This terrified her. Whatever choice they faced, She knew they had to get rid of Leslie because her family was to visit their home for Father's Day dinner. Bernardo decided to question Leslie to ascertain what it was that she knew about them. When they returned to the master bedroom, Leslie was curled into the fetal position on the floor in front of the hope chest. Her vagina and rectum were bleeding. Welts had appeared on her chest, her back, and arms. Bernardo interrogated her. "If I let you go, would you remember what I looked like?" No, I wouldn't," Leslie said, sitting up now, shaking her head eagerly, but still crying. She was desperate for this one chance to negotiate her way out of this situation. "What do you remember about my car?" He asked her to describe the interior. She couldn't recall anything because it was dark, she told him. "Not even the cell phone?" "No." "Would you go to the police?" "I promise I won't tell," she said, becoming increasingly frantic. "I'll just say I was out with a friend." "Do you know where you are? Did you see where I took you?" "I don't know where I am. I didn't see because of the blindfold." "You're such a lying cunt." He punctuated this with a few blows to her back and shoulders. He turned to Carla. "We let her go, and she'll go right to the police." Leslie was more hysterically afraid than ever. She wouldn't tell anybody, she kept telling them. She told them she had run away from home before, and would tell her mother she had been with a friend. Nobody needed to know the truth, she told him. By this point, Bernardo had already made an executive decision. He signaled Carla to follow him downstairs. "She can identify me," he told her, once they were in the kitchen. He reminded her that he had been questioned about the composite sketch of the Scarborough Rapist. "They've got my forensics on file. If they put out another picture, I'll be identified. She has to be killed." Carla already knew about the police interview, but it was only that night when he confirmed he was the Scarborough Rapist. Carla was still hoping she could do something to convince him to spare Leslie. "She's really scared. She might not go to the police." This struck Bernardo as a very weak argument. "Do you want to take that chance? Would you rather I go to jail for 25 years? Do you want to go to jail?" "No. Then that's it. I'm going to kill her. There's no other choice." Carla would claim later that though she was too scared to make an attempt to dissuade Bernardo from following through with his plan to kill Leslie, she hoped she could at least convince him to allow her to die with as little pain as possible. "Can we give her some sleeping pills so she won't have to be awake?" she asked him. "That way she won't feel any pain." He agreed to this and told her to administer the drug as he went down to the basement. Leslie was still naked and curled up on the floor when Carla approached her. Carla removed the handcuffs and covered her with a blanket. They made conversation for a few minutes. Leslie cried as she begged Carla to free her. "I won't tell anybody what happened. I don't know where I am. If they ask me, I'll just say I didn't really see who did it." Carla did her best to comfort Leslie. She gave Leslie her teddy bear, Bunky, a Christmas present from Bernardo. "I shouldn't even be here," Leslie continued. "This would never have happened if I had gone home on time. I was supposed to go to my friend's funeral." She told Homolka about the car accident that killed her friend. Carla had read about it in the newspaper and probed for more information. Carla offered her sympathy, noting that she had just lost someone she was close to, her sister Tammy. She told Leslie this too was an accident when her sister had too much to drink, passed out, and choked on her vomit. This was the only kindness that had been extended to Leslie during her imprisonment at the Bernardo compound. She was grateful and grabbed Carla's arm. "I can't take it anymore," she said, hoping to elicit even more compassion from her. "I'm really sore. You must help me to get away from him." "I can't do anything," Carla said. "Untie me and let me escape. He'll beat me if I do that. We could both go to the police. I'll say that he forced you to do it." Carla stonewalled her. "Please, you've got to help me," Leslie begged, holding the teddy bear close to her chest. "You must. I have to see Ryan. I want to see my baby brother again. Please. Please let me see Ryan. I promise I won't tell anyone. Just let me go." A few minutes later, Carla returned to the master bedroom with a glass of water and 2 sleeping pills. "Here, take these. It will make you feel better." Leslie took the pills and fell asleep as Carla looked on. While Leslie slept, Paul returned with a length of electrical cord. He removed the blanket and positioned himself behind Leslie. Being inexperienced with murder, it appeared he was surprised by the amount of force that was required to kill the healthy young girl. He clenched his teeth and veins bulged from his forehead and neck as blood poured out of Leslie's ears and nostrils. A pool of urine accumulated around her legs. After cutting off her air supply, it wasn't long before Leslie's body went limp. He let it fall to the floor. He felt exhilarated by this feat of strength. He turned to Carla. Carla was anything but exhilarated. She looked ashen. Not only had she just witnessed a murder, but it was committed by her husband-to-be 2 weeks before their wedding. She felt ill from the sight of the body, the stench of death that permeated the air, the mess of bodily fluids on the floor. She became hysterical. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Bernardo was, by contrast, more sure of himself. He nudged Leslie's body with his foot to ensure she was, in fact, dead. I had to do it. She could have identified me and it would have ruined our plans. They both stared at her corpse for several minutes. Suddenly a noise arose from it, which Homolka later described as being akin to an object being sucked up a vacuum hose. Carla screamed. Paul jumped back. Oh God, oh God, oh God, Homolka cried. You didn't kill her, you didn't kill her. Bernardo grabbed both ends of the cord, put his foot on the small of Leslie's back for leverage, and strangled her once more. This time, after he was sure she was dead, he stepped back and admired his handiwork with pride. Even if she'd lived, she'd have had brain damage from a lack of oxygen. This failed to reassure Carla. My parents are coming over for supper. What are we going to do with that? Paul threw the blanket over Leslie's body, and they carried it down to the cold cellar in the basement. Bernardo wanted to burn the blanket, since Leslie had bled on it. Carla wanted to keep it because her parents had given it to her as a Christmas present, and it was her favorite of all their linens. Bernardo was too exhausted from hours of rape, torture, and homicide to argue. Okay, but just make sure you wash it. Wash everything. Sheets, pillowcases, all of it. You know about DNA, don't you? I don't want any trace of her left in the house, just in case. Once back in the bedroom, Bernardo collapsed on the bed, and Carla lay beside him, massaging his shoulders. He kissed her once she finished, and they went to sleep. Carla slept in the bed that night, apparently having earned it as his accomplice. That night, Paul and Carla showed the Homolkas around the house. Some highlights. Dorothy noticed a spot in the master bedroom near the hope chest that looked like blood. It's nothing, Carla told him. I spilled some tomato juice. On the main floor, Bernardo boasted to her parents that he was going to set up a recording studio in the house. I plan to be a rap singer, he enthused. He opened the door to the basement but would not allow them to enter. There's really nothing to see downstairs, he insisted. It's unfinished. Paul, Carla, and her family sat down to dinner, and after some conversation about the wedding, Dorothy noticed that Carla had forgotten to serve potatoes, which had not even been cooked. We have some in the basement, Carla said without thinking. I'll go and get them, Dorothy said, and headed toward the door leading to the cellar. In the cold cellar, she said. She knew they kept food down there from her previous visit. Oh no, Mother, Homolka said, trying to hide her desperation, elbowing her way around her mother to reach the stairs first. I'll get them. I can do it, Dorothy insisted. She was puzzled by Carla's anxiety about such a trivial matter. Carla said nothing and darted down to the cold cellar. Bernardo watched anxiously from the living room as Dorothy stalled at the top step. Mrs. H, he called to her, can I make you another drink? This worked. Seeing that both the bride and groom were so determined to keep her upstairs, she turned down the offer of the drink, but returned to the table. Paul and Carla had nearly been found out this time. It was, after all, their first murder. As Carla fetched the potatoes in the cold cellar, she became terrified that Bernardo would murder her parents if they found out about the body. She had already witnessed 2 deaths and had done nothing to stop them. There was no way she would allow him to kill her parents. He would have to kill her too. Then he would have a household full of cadavers to get rid of, and that might not be so easy to do all alone. Once inside the cold cellar, she reached up and turned on the overhead light. The only way she could reach the shelf bearing the potatoes was to pass the body stretched out on the floor, which took up most of the room. It was difficult for her to get around without stepping on it. Though she had avoided looking at Leslie as she retrieved the potatoes, there was something in her that wouldn't be satisfied until she had a glance. This was a mistake. She almost screamed. She was horrified and nearly gagged. Though the blanket concealed most of the body, the face was exposed and stared up at her, a grotesque memento of the grisly act her husband committed just hours ago. It was like something out of a horror movie. Laughter bled down through the walls as Carla beheld the nauseating sight of the corpse. If only her guests had known there was a murdered body only several feet from where they dined. Carla wanted to cancel the wedding at this point. She pondered over what she would tell the guests. I can't get married to Paul because we killed 2 people, and that's not the best way to start off one's married life. She took 2 deep breaths and went back upstairs. Her mother asked her if she was feeling okay. She told her she had bronchitis. During dinner, they discussed Carla's job at the animal clinic, Paul's private accounting business, and the company he created, Growth Incorporated. Paul and Carla stood on their porch, waving their guests goodbye as they got into the car. "We have to get rid of the body," she said. "We can't leave it in the basement. How are we going to do it?" "I've been thinking of a way," he said, as he waved to her parents. "And don't worry, no one will ever find her, but you'll have to help me." "I can't." Carla was totally repulsed by the whole situation. "Yes, you can. If I say you will, you will." She hadn't defied him in a long time, and she realized it might earn her a beating. "I can't do it. It would just make me sick." Surprisingly, Bernardo didn't apply more pressure. Even though he was not accustomed to her saying no to him, it was a master-slave relationship, and slaves are not supposed to rebel. Incredibly, he didn't beat her that night. For the first time in years, Carla learned she could say no to him. She hadn't been that strong, at least in his presence, for a long time. Deborah Mahaffy checked with all of Leslie's friends. None of them had seen her on Saturday. For the time being, Deborah and Dan were on their own in their search for their daughter. At one point, while Deborah was in the living room, her son Ryan came in and she gave him a hug. "When is Leslie coming home, Mommy?" "Soon, I hope. Very soon." Monday morning, Bernardo dragged Leslie Mahaffy's cadaver out of the cold cellar and into the middle of the basement floor on a tarpaulin. He took up his power saw and plugged it in. At 5,000 revolutions a second, it could cut through nearly anything, including a dead body. When testifying about the dismemberment of Leslie Mahaffy's body in court, he described his methodology dispassionately. It was the legs first, then the arms, then the head. He knelt down by her knees, gripped her shin bone tightly to keep it from moving. He switched on the saw and began to cut. Though the carbide-tipped blade cut through the skin and muscle effortlessly, it wasn't quite so easy when he ran into bone. The saw produced a whining sound when it collided with her tibia. Blood, skin, and fragments of bone blasted out of the exhaust chamber of the saw. Bernardo had arranged the tarpaulin to form a tent around himself and the body to avoid making a mess whose cleanup would be time-consuming. The blood spattered up the walls. Bernardo pushed down harder on the saw as it cut slowly through the bone. He released the trigger switch and discovered that in forcing the saw through the tibia, he had left a shallow groove in the floor, which was made of concrete. Leslie had not been able to resist him in life, but in death the disposal of her body would prove daunting. Bernardo had made little progress, and already he was coated in blood. He drained as much blood from her leg as he could. He tossed it aside and started in on the other. Later came the thighs. As each of them were severed, blood and other bodily fluids showered from her torso onto the floor. As each of them were severed, blood and other bodily fluids showered from her torso onto the floor. He moved up to her arms. He had trouble with the right arm. The blade stalled on the skin. He struggled to find the best angle from which to cut it from the shoulder. He made several attempts, leaving grooves in her skin until he finally disengaged her arm. After severing the left arm, all he was left with was her torso and head. The head didn't present much of a problem. He cut through the neck easily and quickly. He put the saw down on the floor and picked up her head by the hair. A clump of clotted blood dropped out of her neck and landed with a plop on the floor. He threw her head to the pile of body parts. Bernardo went to a hardware store and bought $99 worth of quick-dry cement. He told employees that he was planning on building a deck. "Good luck with your project," one clerk said as he waved. He kept the receipt, intending to return whatever bags he wouldn't end up using. This receipt would become a liability at his trial. Bernardo returned home both with the cement in bags and some boxes he had finagled from area businesses. He placed all of Leslie's body parts in the boxes. From this he proceeded to mix the cement in a plastic pail. He poured it into each of the boxes to form molds. His plan was to encase each of Leslie's body parts in the concrete and drop them off a bridge into water. The box holding Leslie's torso was the heaviest, coming in at around 200 pounds. He related to Homolka hours later that he had to hold Leslie's head down with one hand because it kept bobbing up to the surface. He found this amusing enough to laugh. After this, he cleaned up again. On his way home from returning the remaining bags of concrete, he decided to dispose of the concrete blocks in nearby Lake Gibson. Paul had already tossed 5 of the blocks in the lake when Carla assisted him with the rest. He also tossed in the saw. As he and Carla drove home, he said to her, "Don't worry, no one will ever find anything. If we ever get caught, though, we'll go to jail for the rest of our lives." On the afternoon of Saturday, June 29th, 1991, Paul Kenneth Bernardo married Carla Leanne Homolka at St. Mark's Anglican Church in picturesque Niagara-on-the-Lake. Less picturesque was what 2 hobby fishermen discovered that same afternoon on the shore of Lake Gibson. Father and son Michael Doucette and Michael Jr. What Bernardo hadn't considered is that because Lake Gibson was a reservoir for one of Ontario Hydro's power generation stations, the water's levels fluctuated as the water flowed over the dam at the western end. Like an ocean's tides, the water flowed at high and low levels, rising or falling 3 feet. That day the water had been at a low ebb, and the fishermen spotted blocks in the water. They weren't waterlogged, like cardboard boxes would have been. His curiosity getting the better of him, Michael Sr. waded into the water to have a closer look. When he discovered they were made of concrete and contained body parts, he became nauseous. It was about this time when Bernardo kissed his bride. Later, when a video camera was set up and ready for the guests to address the bride and groom, Paul's brother David addressed Bernardo directly. "Take it easy on all the women." After law enforcement personnel retrieved the concrete blocks and analyzed the remains to identify the owner of the body parts, obviously a victim of homicide, dental records were analyzed. Deborah and Dan Mahaffy submitted Leslie's dental records when they feared it was she who had been found. The results were confirmed. It was Leslie. Deborah Mahaffy's knees buckled when she heard the news. At Leslie's funeral, Reverend James Weir proclaimed, "We ask, why Leslie? Why anyone? We know evil dwells in our midst in this sinful world." The newlyweds' honeymoon was more joyous for Paul than it was for Carla. He beat her, called her names, and she came home with the bruises and scars as mementos to prove it, though she denied to all who saw them that it was Paul who was responsible. She had primed herself for a night of romance on the night of their wedding, but all he wanted was oral sex and ego worship, and he fell asleep soon after. Carla would describe it as the honeymoon from hell at the trial. Dorothy and Carell drove them home from the airport when they returned from Hawaii. At one point, almost as an afterthought, Dorothy said, "Oh yeah, the police identified the girl they found in the lake." Dorothy missed the look Bernardo shot Homolka. He was shocked and horrified. Carla played dumb. What girl? What lake? Her mother told her about how the lake's volume had shrunken, exposing the blocks to such a degree that they were barely submerged in water. Turns out it was some girl from Burlington named Leslie Mahaffy. She disappeared one Friday night after going to a funeral. Dorothy pointed out that the blocks were found on the same day as their wedding. That's probably why you didn't hear about it. You had other things on your mind. When they were home, Bernardo turned the dial of blame in Carla's direction. As usual, "Why didn't you tell me about the dam and the water levels? You've lived here all your life." "I didn't know." Bernardo regained his composure after a moment. "I had gloves on the whole time. We've got nothing to worry about. They're never going to catch me." Law enforcement agencies in Ontario now faced tremendous pressure to find the killer of Leslie Mahaffy. She was a minor, and the killing had been uncommonly gruesome. One thing that stalled justice, however, and acted in Bernardo's favor by keeping him free longer than he should have, was bad police work. Not only were there no centralized information databases to draw intelligence from on suspects in those days, but when it came to homicide cases, it was rare to non-existent for one detachment to collaborate with another. The smartest thing Bernardo ever did was move to St. Catharines. Those dogs lost track of his scent, and with the continued inability or unwillingness of different law enforcement agencies to collaborate, geography and time were on his side. He took advantage of his freedom to arrange for another young girl to be drugged and raped. He had grown bored with Carla, and he told her so. He told her to set him up with her acquaintance, known publicly only as Jane. "I'm just not pleased with you anymore," he told Homolka one day. He pointed out that Jane had matured physically into a very attractive young woman. "If you want to make me happy again, help me to fuck her." He suggested drugging her and raping her while she was unconscious, like with Tammy, only not with the same final result. Carla agreed out of self-preservation. Keeping him happy sexually meant she wouldn't bear the brunt of his disappointment. She called Jane and invited her over to see the house for the first time. Paul acted like a giddy little schoolboy when Jane first visited their house. She wasn't much older than Leslie Mahaffy, and she was flattered that a man nearly twice her age was paying her so much attention. He bought her expensive gifts he technically couldn't afford on his cigarette smuggling income, like jewelry, a quality watch, and stuffed animals. He showed off his music room. "I'm working on a rap album," he told her, a fact that was mentioned whenever he wanted to impress people, but especially when attractive women were in the vicinity. "It's called Deadly Innocence." He picked up his micro-cassette recorder and took the flirting to a new level. "This is Jane in my room to say that she hates Paul," he said in the microphone. The reverse psychology apparently worked, for when she replied, she said, "Not." "This is Jane to say she loves Paul with all her heart." To that she also answered, "Not." Though Jane was delighted with this couple, who had been so friendly, gracious, and hospitable to her, Bernardo, despite all his flirting, was not able to get her into bed that night. As usual, he blamed Carla, as he did for all his disappointments. He felt she had said the wrong things. In the coming weeks, Bernardo's life followed a familiar pattern. He stalked women in the area, hoping to rape them if he wasn't seen. So far, he hadn't succeeded. He was more demanding and abusive toward Carla than ever. He was also more controlling since he didn't trust her enough not to go to the police about Leslie Mahaffy. Speaking of whom, he now used the Leslie Mahaffy rape tape as pornography. That was after he forced Carla to engage in some sexual role-playing in which she pretended to be Mahaffy. The investigation into Mahaffy's murder was in full swing, though there were no suspects so far. In other words, things hadn't changed much for Paul Bernardo. Meanwhile, after years of analysis, the DNA lab had not tested all of the Scarborough Rapist suspects. There were still 39 samples, and it would take a very long time to get through them all, since they were so understaffed and ill-equipped to handle a large volume. Jane visited the Bernardo abode once again, and her drink was spiked with sleeping pills. Homolka was also equipped with halothane, as with Tammy. They took up the camcorder, disrobed, and Carla applied the halothane to Jane's face. As Carla recorded him, Bernardo vaginally and anally raped Jane. Blood dripped from Jane's vagina. "Look at that, I fucked a virgin." He was elated by the sight of the blood. Carla smiled in response, and then performed cunnilingus on Jane. Bernardo recorded it as Carla digitally penetrated Jane's vagina. She widened it as he went in for a close-up. "Take her hand," he ordered, "and shove it up your cunt." Carla obeyed his command and moaned with pleasure as he hovered nearby. Recording, Jane began to gag. It had been 8 months since Tammy died under similar circumstances, and it appeared as though another girl they were raping was about to asphyxiate. Bernardo performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Homolka dialed 911. Just as the operator told her that assistance was on its way, Bernardo called over to Homolka that Jane was fine. "She's breathing," he said. "Cancel that call. Hurry, before they get here." Still groggy from the sleeping pills, Paul and Carla knew Jane wouldn't be able to get off her bed by herself, so they dressed her and tucked her in. Carla checked up on her now and then throughout the night, as Paul pleasured himself while watching the tape. The next morning, they kidded Jane about drinking too much. Bernardo continued to cruise the streets of Port Dalhousie and St. Catharines. He discovered during the day that there were routes where teenage girls walked home after school. He made note of this as he devised another plan to procure himself a sex slave. It was April 1992, and after nearly 2 years, the DNA lab had narrowed its analysis down to 5 suspects. That was the good news. The bad news was the lab would not be able to start the tests until the fall. Justice would have to accommodate bureaucratic timelines as women walked the streets in danger of being raped and/or murdered. On April 16th, Bernardo picked up Carla early. The clinic closed for the weekend, and the following day was Good Friday. He was eager to take to the streets of St. Catharines before schools let out, because that way he could abduct a virgin of about the age he preferred. Given the trend, that age was 15. He ordered Carla to put her hair in a ponytail, feeling it would make her look more preppy and less threatening so the victim would trust her more. This would be far less suspicious than a lone male in a car, he reasoned. He loaded his rape kit into the car, and they took off for Holy Cross Secondary School at 2:34 p.m. Kristen French, a plucky and pretty 15-year-old with a trim build and brown hair, got her jacket and bag from her locker and headed for Holy Cross's exit. She passed one of her friends on the way out. "Goodbye," she said to Tara Wilson. "Have a good weekend," Wilson wished her the same, and Kristen walked out the door. Bernardo was driving along Linwell Road, scanning the faces of the students who passed. One stood out in particular. Her slim build and brown hair appealed to him greatly. "I like her," he said, and drove around again to get a second look, and he was just as satisfied. She was beautiful, and, given her age, likely a virgin. Yes, that's the one. She's perfect, just perfect. He pulled into the empty parking lot of Grace Lutheran Church. He parked 2 lengths from the sidewalk. It was far enough that what they were about to do might not be witnessed, and close enough to the road that they could make a fast getaway. Kristen noticed the lone sports car, a gold Nissan, parked in the church parking lot. It was an odd spot just to park. "Excuse me," Carla bellowed out to Kristen. "Can you help me with some directions?" Despite having warned friends in the past against talking to strangers, her instincts failed her, and she walked up to the car without hesitation. These people looked too handsome and well-adjusted to abduct, rape, and kill someone. "Where are you going?" Kristen asked. "The Penn Center." Kristen gave them directions to the location, which was the city's largest mall. "Wait, I'm so bad with directions," Homolka said. "Maybe you could show me on a map?" Bernardo had instructed Homolka to have the map ready, but she had forgotten and had to fumble through the glove compartment. She knew this would make him angry, but Kristen waited patiently as Carla stepped out and unfolded the road map. She grabbed a map of Toronto by mistake, though Kristen hadn't noticed. Carla spread the map over the roof of the car, and Kristen was about to have a look when Bernardo got out of the car and walked quickly around the front, holding the knife tightly against his side. "You're coming with us," he told Kristen, once behind her. He held the knife to her throat as he shoved her into the front seat. He told Carla he wanted her in the back, since it would be easier for him to control his victim if she sat immediately beside him. Kristen wasn't as cooperative as Leslie Mahaffy. She punched him as he pushed her forward into the car. She hit her shoulder on the edge of the doorframe and cried out. "You bastard!" she screamed at Bernardo, as he grabbed her by the hair and shoved her roughly into the passenger seat. He hit the side lever and pushed the seat down so that it was almost horizontal. Once again, French screamed, "You bastard!" "Hold her there," Bernardo told Homolka. Carla grabbed Kristen's hair and yanked it hard from the back seat. Bernardo slammed the passenger door and glanced at the passing traffic as he hurried over to the driver's seat. None of the cars had stopped. He failed to notice that one of Kristen's loafers fell to the ground, and a portion of the map tore off and remained on the asphalt. Both would be found later and entered as evidence. He power-locked the passenger door and drove off. "I've got a knife," he said to Kristen, holding it closer to her face. "Be quiet, or I'll use it." Carla still pinned her down by pulling on her hair, though by this point, Kristen had stopped struggling. As he had read in The Perfect Victim, when you take away a person's sight, you take away their aggression, and Paul blindfolded Kristen French as he had with Leslie Mahaffy. He guided her indoors from the garage and ordered Homolka to remain downstairs as he led Kristen upstairs to the master bedroom. Once there, he brought her over to the hope chest and told her to kneel. "You do what I say and I won't hurt you," he lied. The next sound Kristen heard was the zipper of his pants. "Oh my God," she said as she started crying. Getting behind her, Bernardo shoved her head down to the floor and flipped up her skirt. He pulled her panties down. "Arch your back," went the familiar refrain. She didn't comply, and he punched her on the shoulders. He raped her vaginally, and she cried the entire time. Just when he was about to ejaculate, he pulled out and raped her anally. To cap it off, he demanded oral sex. She refused. This was not going to be a cakewalk for him, and he was enraged. And he voiced his displeasure by punching her on the arms and in the mouth. "Do what I fucking say or I'm really gonna hurt you." It became obvious that Kristen was inexperienced at performing fellatio. This wasn't disappointing for him since it was a clear sign she was a virgin, and that mattered more than anything to him. He asked her for her name. She gave an alias. When he climaxed, he held her head from the back and held it tightly over his penis to ensure she would swallow his ejaculate. Afterwards, he allowed her to pull her underpants back on. He beckoned to Homolka to make drinks for them all. Carla brought up alcoholic beverages on a silver platter. She said nothing to his prisoner, blindfolded and huddled in a corner. Bernardo noticed Kristen was missing a shoe. He told Carla to search the house and car for it. Later, he left the bedroom to ask Carla if she had found the shoe. He was furious when she told him she couldn't find it, and that it must have come off in the church parking lot during the struggle. As usual, Carla was to blame for everything. Everything would have been perfect if you hadn't fucked it up. You're just so fucking stupid, Car. He punched her in the arm. 5, he said, indicating the number of blows she would receive later that night as punishment. When Bernardo returned to the master bedroom, Kristen asked if she could go to the bathroom. He couldn't have been happier to accommodate this request. He grabbed his video camera and guided her there. "Just hold on to me," he said, as he led her to the toilet. Here? Pull your pants right down." He knelt and aimed the camera in her vagina. "Right down. I know. Show me something nice, huh? There's not much nice to see." He was getting aroused. "Spread it open." He put his hand on her knee and pushed it to one side so he could get a better view for the video camera. Kristen found it difficult to perform under these circumstances. After a few moments, she began to urinate. "You're right," he said. "You did have to go a lot." He became aroused again from watching her urinate. She finished, and he led her back to the master bedroom. "Is it past 6 o'clock?" she asked. "Yeah. My mom's going to be worried." Donna French called a number of Kristen's friends. None of them had seen her. It was not like Kristen to be out so late without calling. Donna contacted the police. Bernardo intended to drug Kristen with halcyon, as he did with Leslie Mahaffy. Carla thought better of it. The police will be able to link the two cases. Though neither of them had verbalized it, the implication that they would have to kill Kristen French to avoid being reported to the police for her abduction and rape suggested a necessity in doing so. She had seen both of their faces. Bernardo wasn't thinking that far into the future, however. He was too preoccupied with the sex acts he planned to subject Kristen to. Carla's practical argument convinced Bernardo, and they spiked Kristen's drink with a sleeping pill that had been prescribed to Carla by her doctor. With this matter settled, Carla went back downstairs as Paul had more fun with his sex slave. Kristen was sitting on the floor, beside the hope chest, fully clothed and blindfolded. She took the spiked drink from Bernardo and began to cry when he told her to perform fellatio on him. This time he was going to record it. She begged him to release her. She promised she wouldn't tell anyone. He tuned her out as he put down her drink. He put his penis in her mouth. "Put it inside your mouth, really deep. Tell my dick that you love him." She continued to sob as she told his penis she loved it. "You make me feel good, and I'll make you feel good. Now suck it. Keep sucking it. Put it in, tighter. You've got to pull over the head, okay?" He ordered her to fondle his scrotum, and she complied. "Yeah," he said, moaning. "That's it. That's good. Keep going. You're getting really good at this." "Do you want me to keep going?" "Put it in your mouth all the way." "Yeah. Good girl. Now tell it you love it." "I love it." Bernardo threw his head back, savoring the pleasure. "Yeah, keep going over the head with your mouth. Suck it. Tell me how you like sucking dick." "I like sucking dick." Again, once more. "I like sucking dick." She stopped. "Is it okay?" "Keep going," he said, pushing her head back. "You're doing good. I'm happy right now, and that's what you want, right?" "Uh-huh. Tell me you want me to be happy." "I want you to be happy. So maybe you can go home later," he lied. "Okay," she said, the optimism in her tone suggesting she believed him. When he was about to climax, he stopped himself short. He wanted to save that. For now, he wanted to videotape her in a different position. "You suck good cock," he said as he fetched his video camera. "You sure you've never done this before? Okay, here's what I want you to do now. There's a chest there to lean on. I want you to lean back and pull off your leotards and lift your skirt and show me your cunt, okay? Now make me happy and don't make me mad." "I won't." With some trepidation, she reached back to the chest. "Okay, be good to me." He aimed the camera up her skirt as she climbed on the chest. No matter what. As more abuse was underway, she began to tremble, and it could be heard in her voice. "Sure," she said. She hesitated to carry out his last directive. "Make me happy. Do it. Take them off. Please, she begged him. Realizing her appeals fell on deaf ears, she reluctantly pulled down her tights and underwear. Put your knees up. He was on his knees and held the camera close to her crotch. Spread your cunt for me. Come on, spread your lips for me. What? Spread your cunt lips for me. I can't. Do it with your fingers. No. Her trepidation he could tolerate to a degree. There was no way he would accept her defiance. He turned the camera off and hit her on the side of the head several times. He told her that if she continued to rebel, he would hit her again. He turned the camera back on, and she complied. Okay, that's good, he said, holding the camera close to her crotch. With your fingers, yeah. As he held the camera just inches away, he inserted his forefinger into her vagina. He liked the angle with which he was capturing this, and he'd ordered her to turn over and lie across the chest. After she turned over, he flipped up her skirt and put the camera close to her anus. Later, Kristen asked to use the bathroom. He took her, but not without his camcorder. Okay, spread your legs, he told her as she sat down. He pushed on her knee. She almost tipped over. I'm going to pee all over you, she said. You're not peeing on nothing. My stomach's upset. You're going to get something to eat in a second. Later that evening, Carla was watching television when Paul summoned her to come upstairs. He was ready for another round with Kristen, and he wanted Carla to work the camera. Kristen had been told what to say and do once the camera rolled, and he was all set. He ordered Kristen to remove all her clothes, including the blindfold. She was told to get on the bed. He disrobed and joined her. He grabbed her shoulder and forced her down to his crotch. Okay, Carla said, and switched on the camera. Kristen initiated the dialogue Paul prepared. I'm 15 years old and I love to suck dick. Carla stepped closer to the bed. That's good. Now smile. Kristen couldn't smile. Bernardo warned her. Smile the next time she says to. I'm 15 years old and I love to suck dick, she repeated, with a tight, half-assed smile. Bernardo looked at Homolka, unsure of what he had just seen. Did she smile? Yeah. Bernardo decided to shift gears and took the camera from Homolka. He told Carla to perform oral sex on Kristen. After he filmed this for a few minutes, he gave the camera back to Carla and told Kristen to get on her hands and knees. He penetrated her vaginally from behind. She cried out from the pain. No, she said. Shut up, he shouted. Put your ass up. Arch your back, bitch. He thrust his pelvis aggressively at her buttocks. Do you like this? She screamed in pain. Bernardo grabbed her by the hair and yanked it as he sodomized her. Turn your face to the side. Carla pointed the camera at Kristen's face. Kristen looked up at Homolka, a look of terror and agony for the lens to see. Smile, Carla told her. Tell me you love me, Paul ordered Kristen. I love you. Smile when you say it. I love you. Bernardo raped her harder and faster. Tell me again. Keep telling me. I love you, she said only once, much to his chagrin. He hit her. I love you, I love you, I love you, she said 26 times. He ejaculated and withdrew as his only signal that he was satisfied with her pseudo-declarations of love. He drew his thumb across his neck, a signal to Carla to turn the camera off. Afterward, Kristen was exhausted from the sedatives and hours of rape. Bernardo and Homolka fell asleep too, despite their concerns about Kristen's possibility of escape. Kristen awoke the next morning after Paul and Carla rose. She was still groggy from the alcohol and the sleeping pills. She felt dirty and tainted from the hours of rape and was anxious to bathe. Carla was in the bedroom as Kristen put on one of her t-shirts and asked her if she could bathe. Carla referred her to Paul, since he made all the decisions in the house, especially when it came to the treatment of sex slaves. Kristen made her way to the music room, where Paul was working on one of his rap songs. Paul was convinced of his genius, despite the fact that up to this point, his only audience had been Carla, and there was no way she would have risked displeasing him by telling him how awful his shit hop was. When Kristen entered the music room, she became the third person to hear his latest insult to the genre. She was a member of the generation that had become fans of hip-hop. After it went mainstream in 1990, so he assumed she would be receptive to his latest composition. He asked her what she thought. He was no LL Cool J, and Carla could tell from the expression on Kristen's face that she knew that implicitly. Kristen kept this to herself, though, realizing that her survival depended on it. Bernardo and Homolka had discovered that Kristen lied about her name through television news programs that reported her missing. Paul continued to rap, fully expecting that Kristen would be impressed and would praise him accordingly, even after having been raped by him multiple times. Still, convinced his music would make him rich, famous, and beloved by music fans across the globe, he continued to rap for Kristen's benefit, a track entitled Young and Hype. It's hard to praise a man who abducted, raped, and beat you. Kristen shrugged and asked him if she could use the bathroom to clean up. He gave his consent, but only under the condition that he watch, as always. He went in behind her and recorded her every move with the door shut. Once she was soaking in the warm bath, she closed her eyes for a moment and savored the feeling of cleanliness after having been contaminated by Bernardo's bodily fluids. Then again, she could only enjoy it so much with Bernardo zooming in on her private parts. "You know what I want you to do?" he asked, as he sat on the floor next to the tub. "I want you to do your ass again, just like you were doing." Kristen complied, lathering her buttocks as he recorded every moment. "Smile," he told her. "Is that nice?" "Pardon me? Do you like the jacuzzi?" "It's nice," she acknowledged, though she couldn't enjoy it nearly as much with Bernardo pointing a camera at her. "Come on, smile, smile," he said, as he directed her to wash her vagina. He zoomed in on her crotch. As Kristen toweled off, she was informed by Bernardo that she was to enter into a competition with Carla. He told her to put her school uniform back on, and ordered Carla to don a similar outfit. He summoned them both to the bedroom. It was time, he told them, to play the perfume game. In the meantime, Kristen's disappearance captured the attention of the media and the public. Anyone who lived in southern Ontario at the time, and who paid any attention to the news, was aware that she had been abducted, and her return became a priority for both law enforcement and concerned citizens. Carla and Kristen stood in front of the mirror in the second-floor bathroom as Bernardo explained the rules of the perfume game. They were to put on makeup and perfume. The one who smells best is the winner, and won't get fucked by me up the ass. He stood behind them and switched on his camcorder. Carla gathered together several brands of perfume. She spread them across the counter for Kristen to sample. "So what kind of perfume do you like?" Carla asked her. "Eternity," Kristen said, "or Giorgio." "Yeah, I like Giorgio as well. I have some of that new perfume, Halston. I haven't worn it yet, but maybe I will today." Bernardo had new instructions for them. "Okay, girls, you know what I want you to do? Each one of you pull up your skirts at the same time." "Okay," Homolka said. Kristen had been beaten several times for not performing up to the standard Bernardo expected of her, which included ersatz but sincere seeming enthusiasm and joy. She knew the penalties for defiance were especially brutal, so her cooperation at this point was guaranteed. She would do it, perhaps hoping she might lull him into a false sense of security, and if he became careless, an opportunity to escape might reveal itself. Bernardo instructed both her and Carla not to wear underwear. "Okay, now bend over." Bernardo knelt and went in for a close-up. "Give me a nice ass shot." They both bent over and flipped up their skirts. Bernardo began to breathe heavily as he panned back and forth between them. "Good girls," he said, a few moments later. "Okay, let's go back to work." "Let's see what we have here," Carla said, rummaging through the bottles. "Oh, Eternity, I like it." She pointed to another bottle. "That's Escape. I hate that one," she said, the implications being clear. Kristen reached for the bottle of Escape. "Really, can I smell it?" she said. "It's gross," Carla said. "I've never used it," Kristen said. She conversed with Carla as long as she could, knowing the longer she could drag it out, the longer she could delay the next round of rape. "I was at work one day," Carla said, at this point talking to Kristen as if they were both mall rats shooting the breeze in the food court, "and I bought one of those magazines, like Mademoiselle, and then the whole place stunk because of that perfume in a page. I've got others here to try, like Alfred Sung." "Can I try this one?" Kristen said, reaching for an amber-colored bottle. "Sure," Carla said. "Tell the camera," Paul said, and they both turned to him. Gorgeous, gorgeous," he said. He put the camera down and sniffed Kristen's neck. He turned to Carla. "No way, lady." He scrunched up his nose. "That is not a nice smell." Carla sniffed Kristen's neck. "That is a nice smell," she confirmed. Bernardo led them to the master bedroom. "Even though you smelled the best," he told Kristen as he pulled his zipper down, "I'm still going to fuck you up the ass anyways. She's my wife after all, and she's got brownie points on her side." Kristen began to cry. Bernardo removed his clothes and forced her down on her hands and knees. He flipped up her skirt and sodomized her. Carla watched. making no effort at any point to intervene on the girl's behalf. Afterwards, Bernardo asked Kristen if she had a boyfriend and what his name was. "His name is Elton Wade," she said. Bernardo repeated her boyfriend's name several times as he shoved his penis toward her mouth. "Tell me that you hate him," he demanded. She refused. Getting impatient now, he gave her one more chance to comply before the inevitable beating would commence. "Say you hate him," he shouted. Kristen refused once again, and he punched her in the face. He continued to demand that she say she hated her boyfriend, and she continued to defy him. Bernardo flew into a rage and hit her on the side of the head repeatedly. Eventually the pain was too much for her to bear, and she told him she hated her boyfriend. With this having been dealt with, his focus shifted to her oral technique. "You're not opening your mouth wide enough," he bellowed, and punched her in the side of the head. He kept punching her until she performed as directed. Meanwhile, Carla watched and waited patiently for the threesome Paul had planned. After ejaculating into Kristen's mouth, he cleaned himself off, dressed, and left the room. When Paul came back in the room, he had his knife with him, the one he held to her throat when he abducted her. He placed it on the floor in front of her and backed up a few paces. "Go for it," he said. Kristen considered the knife and the likelihood that she could overpower him. It wasn't likely, since he was several pounds heavier, and his capacity for cruelty knew no limits. "Go on," Bernardo taunted. "Grab it and stab me. If you do it, you can get away." Kristen declined. "Then you're mine," he said. He grabbed her by the hair and twisted her head backwards. "I want you to do everything I tell you from now on. If you're good, maybe I'll let you go," he lied. He told her that the next time they made a video, she was to say everything he instructed her to say. She was to say that he was the king and the master. She was also to say that she was the cocksucker, the cunt, the slut, and the Holy Cross sex slave. He promised her that if she said those words, he wouldn't hurt her. Bernardo decided he was entitled to a massage. He sat on the edge of the bed and snapped his fingers, which was Kristen's cue to give him one. Kristen massaged him. He complimented her on her performance. He was so pleased with her technique. He told Carla he was hungry. First, though, he wanted drinks, one for him and Kristen. Carla made the drinks for them and then went downstairs to cook chicken. When Carla returned to the room bearing the chicken, Kristen spotted a potential opportunity to plan an escape. She scowled at Carla's concoction. "I won't want to eat that." Paul, realizing that his sex slave needed to be well fed in order to keep up her energy to please him, asked her what she wanted. "I want pizza," Kristen said, likely assuming that they wouldn't risk having their famous hostage seen by a delivery boy and would prefer instead to pick up a pie. Kristen took another step to ensure this would be the case. McDonald's pizza. McDonald's happened to be experimenting with pizza at the time, and it was perfect timing for Kristen. She also knew where the McDonald's restaurants were, and they were not located within the neighborhood. In order to pick them up, Paul would be forced to leave her alone with Carla, and she saw his wife as being the one who could be prevailed upon to release her. Bernardo agreed to buy her pizza from McDonald's. Before he left, though, he installed her in a closet by the master bedroom. He bound her legs and handcuffed her. So much for the escape. He went downstairs to retrieve a rubber mallet and handed it to Homolka, instructing her, "Stay in the room and guard her. If she tries to escape or if she starts screaming, hit her with it." As he drove off, he listened to a news report about Kristen's disappearance, and how the police were on the lookout for both her and a beige Camaro, believing that her kidnapper had driven one when he abducted her. While Bernardo drove his gold Nissan freely, it was a trying time for owners of beige Camaros, as they were all pulled over and stopped. Kristen went to work on Homolka as soon as Bernardo left. "I know you don't want to do this," she said. "I can tell you're not really a part of this. Help me escape. We can get away together." "You don't understand," Homolka said. "I can't. I'm afraid of him." "Does he hit you?" "Yes. I'll tell the police that you didn't want to do any of this. I'll say that he forced you. You can take your dog. Bring him. We can go to my house. I have a dog as well. Please, please help me." Even if she had wanted to free Kristen, it would mean that sooner or later, the police would learn of her involvement in the deaths of her sister and Leslie Mahaffy. As always, self-preservation came first with Carla. "I can't do it," she said. "I'm afraid. He's threatened to kill my family." Kristen was relentless. She attempted to establish a bond with Homolka, telling her about her family and her boyfriend. She begged her to let her go so she could see them again. Carla got up and walked over to a window. She was anxious for Paul to return so she wouldn't have to endure any more of Kristen's appeals for clemency. When Paul returned, he had the pizza and 2 videos, Angel Heart and Criminal Law, a Canadian independent film about a serial killer. Though the film was not well received by critics, it had a fan in Paul Bernardo. In fact, he was so taken with the film, he would change his surname to Teal, inspired by the lead antagonist in the film, whose name is Martin Teal. Bernardo would spell the name differently, Teale, instead of Thiel, as in the film. Once the movies were finished, Bernardo switched the set back to television. Kristen's disappearance was now getting more exposure than the hottest television programs in the primetime lineup. The French family had held aloof to the media until now, but CFTO's Austin Delaney managed to get an interview with Kristen's father, Doug. It was aired live that afternoon from her family's home. Doug was emotional as he appealed for his daughter's life.
We want to know that we are thinking of you and that everything can be done is being done. And we'll get you back real quick.
If only he had known that Kristen was watching him from a house that was no more than a 5-minute drive away. "Oh, Dad," Kristen cried out. "I want to see my father." "We love you, Christy," Doug continued. "You are constantly in our thoughts and our prayers. We'll get you home, and fast. If you can get to a phone, Christy, call home or the Niagara police." Assuming Kristen's emotional state would compromise her ability to satisfy his sexual urges, he turned off the television. She cried for a long time afterwards. Seeing her father in the television a broken man, she lost her fear of Bernardo. She became more defiant than ever. No woman had ever reacted this strongly toward him in years. "Someone saw what you did," she said to him. "You're not going to get away with this." This wasn't enough to rattle the ever-confident Bernardo. The police would have been here a long time ago if anybody saw anything. She became feistier by the second. "The police are going to come here. You'll see." Bernardo didn't have much faith in the law enforcement community, and even said so in his rap lyrics. This wasn't entirely a product of self-delusion. After committing over 20 rapes and 3 murders, they still didn't succeed in apprehending him. He was the most wanted man in Canada, and the police didn't even get the color, make, and model of his car right. Paul was primed for another round of rape. He ordered Kristen and Homolka to get on the bed. He got his camcorder ready. He directed them. "I like you, Christian," he said, mispronouncing her name. "I like you too," Kristen lied. "Do you want to have some fun?" Carla asked her, moving closer to Kristen. "Sure," Kristen said, dreading whatever it was that this entailed. "Okay." Curiously, the next thing she said was, "How come your teeth are so straight?" "I don't know," Carla said, baffled. "How about yours?" "You're so silly," Kristen said, giggling but tentative about whatever painful and or demeaning act she was about to be forced into. "Don't be so nervous. It's okay," Carla said. She undressed Kristen and then herself. "Am I shaking?" "No," Carla assured her. "Just try to feel at home." She passed her hand over Kristen's thigh. "You have nice legs." "This one's kind of short," Kristen said, touching her left leg, which was in fact slightly shorter than the right. "That's okay. Can I ask you for a favor? Before I leave, can I see your dog without it attacking me?" Carla looked to Bernardo for approval. He was busy panning over their bodies with the camcorder. "It's up to him." "Yeah, sure, before you leave," he said. "I like dogs," Kristen said as Carla stroked her breasts. "Me too," Bernardo said. Carla ran her hands through Kristen's hair as she sucked on one of her breasts. "I have a knot there," Kristen told her. "I used to have straight hair." Carla instructed Kristen to spread her legs so she could perform oral sex on her. "Comfy?" Kristen nodded. Carla ordered her to close her eyes. "Just get comfy, okay? If I close my eyes, I'll fall asleep." "No, you won't. Trust me, you won't." "I like your breasts." She sucked on one, then the other, all part of Bernardo's plan. "Thank you," Kristen said. "You're a pretty girl," Carla said, breathing heavy with passion. "You're pretty too. When I first saw you at the car, I thought, holy cow, is she pretty. It's definitely frightening." "Good girl," Carla said. She buried her face between Kristen's legs. She paused and looked up at her. "You've got a sexy body." "Thank you," Kristen said, looking down at the back of Carla's head. "It seems like you're experienced at this." "Trust me, I'm not," Carla lied. "I guess there's a first time for everything." "Uh-huh," Carla said, between passionate moans. "You know what?" "What?" "When I go home," Kristen was unable to finish as she was affected by Carla's oral technique, possibly trying to fight off arousal. Carla paused and looked over at Paul, who was aiming the camera just inches away. "She's getting hooked on this," she exclaimed to him, sounding as though she may have been proud of this accomplishment. Bernardo turned the camera off and told them to reverse positions. The camera rolled once again, and Homolka moaned while Kristen performed cunnilingus on her. Though Carla would later tell police she hated lesbian sex, her reactions on the video with Kristen French called her credibility into question. "Use your fingers, put two right up inside of her. She likes that." Kristen complied, and Carla leaned back with eyes shut and body gone limp. "That really feels nice," she said. "Just like that?" Kristen asked. "Yeah," Carla said between moans. "That's so nice. Put your fingers deep inside her." He moved the camera closer to Homolka's crotch. "Like this?" Kristen asked. Carla was writhing around on the bed like a fish out of water. "Yeah, that's nice." "Okay, now move your fingers in and out like you're fucking her." "Are my nails hurting you?" "No, that feels really good." "Tell her what she needs to do, Carla, to make you feel good." "She's doing good, that's just perfect." "Christian," Bernardo said, "give me a smile. Tell me you love me." "I love you." "Tell me that you love Carla." "I love Carla." "Is that your name?" Carla was too caught up in arousal to reply. "Tell her you love her, cunt." "I love her, cunt." "Good girl." He rubbed his penis, preparing for his next turn with Kristen, but he wasn't through with the girl-on-girl action yet. "You guys can finger each other while you kiss." He moved in with the camera. Kristen's digital maneuvering was awkward, so Carla guided her fingers inside her. "Feel good?" Kristen asked. "Yeah, that's so good. You're great." "Okay, for the first time," Kristen said. "Very good. I like little girls." "Thank you. Are you having a good time?" Carla asked her. "Uh-huh. Good. Way better than yesterday." "Good girl. I love you, Christian," Carla said. "I love you too, Carla." Bernardo ordered Kristen to perform analingus on Carla. Carla got on her hands and knees. Kristen parted the cheeks of Carla's buttocks and began. "Is that too hard?" "No, that's really, really good. A little deeper, please." "Too bad my tongue's so short." Ever the perfectionist, Bernardo was anxious to know that everything was going according to plan. "She's shoving it in there, is she?" Carla nodded. "Shove it inside her asshole. Deep inside." "Good girl." Carla grabbed Kristen's hand and guided it toward her vagina. "Just do that every so often. Caress her cunt with your hands," Bernardo said. "That's so good," Carla said. Looking over at Bernardo, she said, "She knows what she's doing." Soon after, it was Carla's turn to perform analingus on Kristen. "You taste really good," she told her. Kristen thanked her. "That looks beautiful. I really enjoyed doing this to you." Bernardo passed the camera to Carla and got on his back at the edge of the bed. Kristen got on her knees at the side of the bed. She performed fellatio on him while massaging his penis. Carla trained the camera on his midsection. "Tell me if I'm pulling on you too hard," Kristen said. "You'll know," he said, a potential warning implied. Kristen's inexperience won out when she let his penis slip out of her hands. "I'm sorry. Don't drop it again. 3 times, and you're out. You know that." After apologizing again, his penis slipped from her fingers again. Bernardo was getting infuriated. "Uh-oh, that's 3 times, he told Carla to fetch his knife. "I'm going to kill her right now." "It's slippery," Kristen said, desperate. "You're forgiven," he said. He leaned back on the bed. "Thank you. That's because you make me feel good." Kristen jerked Bernardo off to a climax and gagged when he forced her to swallow his semen. Once again, he put on a movie afterwards, and they all watched it together, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened among the 3 of them. Later that night, Bernardo brought Kristen to the closet by the master bedroom, where he bound her legs and cuffed her wrists. Friends had been calling the last couple of days, and he figured that if he didn't call back, they would suspect something unusual was afoot. They might decide to drop by for a visit unexpectedly. "Just staying home watching movies with the wife," he told one friend. Meanwhile, upstairs in the closet, Kristen was feeling ill. Carla stood guard outside the closet to ensure she wouldn't escape. After 2 days of rape, beatings, and spiked alcohol, she became nauseous. She vomited all over the floor and herself. Carla opened the closet to see what was happening, but did not intervene because she hadn't checked with Bernardo for instructions. Bernardo was sexually satisfied for the day and decided to turn in. He and Carla forced Kristen to drink more alcohol and take another sedative. Once she fell asleep, they adjourned to the master bedroom for the night. On the third day, Bernardo and Homolka both realized Kristen would have to be murdered if they wanted to avoid criminal prosecution. She had seen them, seen their house, and their car. Bernardo was tempted to keep her around since he was pleased with her sexual performance. Carla was the realist. We can't keep her here forever. Their friends were going to wonder if something was wrong, and they were due to spend Easter dinner with her parents that Sunday. Why don't we just cancel? Bernardo suggested. Tell them you're not feeling well. Carla, who had read a lot of crime fiction, was cognizant of the importance of alibis. Spending Sunday with my parents would be a perfect alibi if we ever need one. Paul knew this was a good idea, but he was still reluctant to give up his prized sex slave. We'll just tie her up and keep her in the closet. Carla felt it was too dangerous to leave her alone in the house. After all, everybody in southern Ontario, especially in the Niagara region, was on the lookout for her. It wasn't like with Leslie Mahaffy, which attracted little to no media focus and concerned only Mahaffy's family and law enforcement officials. The police had planned for the biggest search for French yet, and it was scheduled for the coming Monday. Volunteers were going to pass through St. Catharines and Port Dalhousie with a fine-tooth comb, and they were sure to walk right past the Bernardo household. She felt that even something like a house with all the windows shuttered would arouse suspicion. Bernardo appreciated the logic of this, but he was still so pleased with Kristen's sexual performance that he had even more ideas for his homemade pornography. Bernardo took another food order from Kristen. She wanted Swiss chalet chicken. This was another request that would require about a half-hour drive, hopefully enough time to plot an escape. He placed cuffs on her hands and bound her legs with electrical cable. He handed the rubber mallet to Carla and instructed her, as before, to strike when necessary. Homolka's account of what happened next was later criticized as being self-serving, since she downplayed her role in Kristen's death. Nevertheless, it's the version Homolka gave. "I know you don't want to be part of this," Kristen said. "You can come with me and I'll tell the police you weren't a part of it." "I can't. I just can't." According to Carla, they proceeded to talk about girl things like makeup and Kristen's boyfriend. During Kristen's autopsy, 2 large black marks under the skin below her eyes were examined, and Carla maintained that she couldn't explain their origin. As Bernardo drove to Swiss Chalet and the video store, a woman who recognized him and his car tailed him. She recognized him because she and a friend caught him videotaping them at a donut shop and found it unsettling. She followed him hoping to find out where he lived. He became aware he was being followed and sped out of sight. Though she didn't get to find out where he lived, she managed to take down his license plate number. When she got home, she called the police and reported the incident with the video camera. An officer entered the license plate number and came up with the make, year, model, color, and owner name. Gold 1989 Nissan 240SX. Owner, Paul Bernardo. After he returned home, he videotaped himself with Kristen once more. This time around, his mood was considerably darker. He appeared to be angry with her and didn't shut the camera off to hide it. He took her into the bathroom, ordered her to remove her clothes, and get into the bathtub. He put the camcorder on the counter and aimed it at the jacuzzi. He turned it on and took off his pants. "Stay there, okay?" "Okay," Kristen told him. Bernardo became erect as he leaned into the bathtub. He pointed his penis at her face. "I need a better angle here," he said, as he tried to aim his penis down at her face. "You know what I'm going to do to you?" "Uh-huh. I'm going to piss on you. Then I'm going to shit on you, okay?" She said nothing. "Do you know that?" "Uh-huh." She was trembling now. "Tell me why." "Because I deserve it. Keep your eyes closed." He tried to urinate, but it proved to be difficult while erect. "I'm getting hard. I can't piss. And you look so good." "Thank you." "You're welcome. Can I itch my nose?" "You can do nothing. Nothing. You understand? Nothing." "Uh-huh. Don't make me mad, okay? Don't make me hurt you, okay? I'll hurt you bad." He climbed onto the edge of the tub and pushed down on his penis, which was still hard. "You make me so hard. How can I piss on you and have it hard on?" Kristen could only cringe. Paul suddenly recalled something from the abduction. "Why'd you call me a bastard?" "I was scared." "So why'd you do it?" I don't know. I'm sorry. Who the fuck do you think you are? He leaned into the tub and hit her across the face with his penis. Pardon? Who the fuck do you think you are? I couldn't help myself. Yeah, but you called me a bastard. Kristen was crying at this point. I'm sorry. You know what I'm going to do to you? You're going to piss on me. Are you scared? A little. Close your eyes. Thank you. Are you ready? Keep your mouth shut. If you don't, you're in big trouble. He proceeded to urinate on her head. Why am I pissing on you? Because I deserve it, knowing it was the kind of thing he wanted to hear. Ask for more. More, please. Ask. More, please, she shouted. Tell me you love me. I love you. Do you love me? I love you. Once he was finished urinating on Kristen, he climbed onto the sides of the tub and positioned himself so that his buttocks hovered over her. Keep your eyes shut. Okay. He attempted to defecate on her, but was unable to deliver the goods. He could only urinate on her once again. I'm going to fart all over you, understand? Okay. Tell me you want it. I want it. What do you want? He asked as he grunted. I want you to fart on me. What else? I want your shit. Why? Because I love it. You're a fucking piece of shit. Did you know that? Yeah. But I like you. Thank you. He still couldn't defecate, so he climbed out of the tub and pointed his penis at her face. Okay, I'm going to piss on your head. He urinated on her again. Thank you. Tell me you love me, cunt. I love you. You're lucky I didn't take a shit on you, but you look good covered in piss. He took up the camcorder. Pretend like you're in Hollywood, okay? Now give me the classic Hollywood smile. She gave him a fleeting smile. He allowed her to have a bath and captured in a close-up every move she made as she washed her anus and vagina. Meanwhile, Carla showered in the other bathroom for her next session with Kristen. When Kristen stepped out of the tub, he demanded more fellatio, but she refused. He started punching her in the side of her head. You won't do it, huh? You won't do it? Well, I'll show you something. He dragged her by the hair into the bedroom. He put a tape into the VCR and forced her to watch it. Kristen was shocked by what she saw. A girl her age, kneeling and blindfolded in that very room. When asked, she gave her name as Leslie Mahaffy. You know who that is, don't you? What happened to her will happen to you if you don't do what I tell you. Kristen summoned up the temerity to stand up to the man who had drugged, beaten, raped, mentally tortured, and degraded her for the past 3 days. It was a fire Bernardo had failed to extinguish by that point. There are some things that are worth dying for, she declared to him. Bernardo unleashed one of the worst beatings he had ever dealt to her. He punched her in the side of the head and all over her body. He beat her so hard that when Carla saw it in passing, she had to look away. When he grew tired by punching her, he kicked her until she begged him to stop. He informed Kristen that she had an opportunity to redeem herself. All she had to do was help him make a good videotape, he told her. As the camera rolled, he told her to recite all the words he wanted to hear from her. He was the king, he was the master, she was his compliant sex slave. He ordered her to get dressed as he got the camera ready. He positioned it on a chair beside the bed and hit record. He told her to climb onto the bed in the master bedroom, and he joined her there. Homolka took her place beside the bed in her bathrobe. So where do you want me? Wherever you want, Carla. I love you, he said. I love you too. Carla removed her bathrobe and climbed onto the bed. She began licking the sole of his foot. Bernardo turned to Kristen. It was her cue for the dialogue he instructed her beforehand to recite. She was sore and shaky when she said, I love you too. Bernardo said. Yeah, I want you to guide her through this. Okay, just take your time, Carla performed oral sex on him. Kristen wasn't sure what to do, but she kissed Bernardo on his chest. Include Christian, he instructed Carla. Carla licked Bernardo's penis. Kristen continued to kiss his chest. Bernardo leaned back, savoring every moment. You girls are wonderful. You're the best, master, Kristen said. You're the king, Carla said. Start licking at the bottom, he told Carla, and work your way up to the top. Christian, Carla said, come down here. She pointed to one side of Bernardo's penis. Start licking right there. Do both sides, Bernardo demanded. Christian, start first. Bernardo wanted to record this and ordered Carla to grab it from the chair. He recorded them as they rubbed and kissed his penis. Kiss it near the top, he directed Kristen. Do it slow. Put it deep in your mouth. Come on, Christian, you're not home yet. Now he wanted them to touch each other. Christian, touch her breasts. Come on, let's hear some love stuff. I love you, Christian, Carla said as she kissed Kristen. I love you too. You're a good sex slave, Carla told Kristen. Thank you. Now suck his dick, Christian. Tell me something, Christian, Bernardo said. I like sucking your dick. Say master. There was an edge in Bernardo's voice that implied he was irritated that he had to keep reminding her to use such words. I like sucking your dick, master. Good girl, Carla said. Homolka directed Kristen to use her hands as well as her mouth. Good girl, keep on talking. You like this, master? She stopped to look up. Don't fucking look at me, you fucking idiot. Look at my dick and talk to it. I like sucking your dick, master. Give it a nickname. Can I call it master? Yes. Carla interjected with, tell him what you are, Christian. I'm a 15-year-old Holy Cross sex slave. Don't you wish I had all the girls there doing this to me? I wish you had all the girls there doing this to you. You deserve it. Carla had more coaching to do. Move your hands away from his penis and just suck. Good girl. Now go back to the way you were doing it before. Bernardo turned off the camera. He smacked Kristen for not holding up her end of the dialogue. He turned it back on and she continued. I like sucking dick, master. And what's your favorite dick in the whole world? My favorite dick in the whole world is yours. I love sucking your dick. I hate Elton. You are my boyfriend, master. I wish you could fuck all the girls at Holy Cross to make you happy. Paul was frustrated by what he considered to be her lackluster oral technique, and he was going flaccid. Christian, you fuck, he seethed. Kristen feared a beating was coming, and she was quick to say the kinds of things that were sure to appease him. You're the king, master. I'm your 15-year-old Holy Cross sex slave. It didn't work. Come on, pull more at the top. Carla was compassionate enough toward Kristen to help her avoid a beating by egging her on to do what Paul would want. You're a good cocksucker, she said, somehow thinking this would be truly flattering to Kristen. Kristen thanked her, fearing that even her lack of gratitude for having the privilege to serve as Bernardo would incur his wrath. Come on, Carla continued. I want to see you suck until that mouth is full. Bernardo lost his erection completely and shut the camera off. He handed it to Carla. He punched Kristen. You fuck. Talk. I'm losing it, you fuck. That's the last fucking time I'm gonna tell you. You still don't speak, even after you get hit? I love you, master. You're the best. Well, then you better do better, you fuck. You're the best, master. I'm your 15-year-old Holy Cross sex slave. Okay, just don't fuck me around. To drive home just how angry he was, he punched her on the back and shoulders. He gnashed his teeth as he hit her several more times. She winced as he struck her. Carla captured it all on camera. Kristen desperately tried to abate his anger by delving into the stock dialogue he forced her to recite during the rapes. You deserve all the girls in the world. You should be able to have all the Holy Cross girls you want. I came here to make you happy. This still didn't placate him. You just don't suck good enough. You're the king, master. Then suck better, you slut. I'm horny. You can't get me off, you fuck. You're never going home if you can't. Come on, suck, you fuck. You're the king. Tell me I'm the most powerful man in the world. You're the most powerful man in the world. You deserve to rule the world. Who do you hate, Christian? Homolka asked. I hate Elton, and I love my master. Despite all this, Bernardo got angrier. Still, he punched her on the back. Suck, you fuckhead. You're the best, master. Move your hair, Christian. Keep your hair out of your face, Carla said, feeling that if Bernardo saw Kristen's face, he might become aroused. He was unable to get hard. Cut, Car, he said, and she turned the camera off. He was really fired up now, and Kristen knew it. She trembled on the bed. He went at her, punching her hard. Carla receded into the background. She couldn't bring herself to watch the beating. He pummeled Kristen until he vented his frustrations completely. When he was out of energy and breath, he took a break from beating her. He told her he would give her another chance to satisfy him according to his stringent specifications. He leaned back on the bed and ordered Carla to switch on the camera. You're the most powerful man in the world, Kristen told the failed accountant, pyramid scheme salesman, inept rapper, and cigarette smuggler. She sucked his penis as she stroked his ego. All the girls at Holy Cross love you. I hate Elton, and I love you. This still wasn't enough to please Bernardo. Suck it better, you fuck. Come on, suck me, you cunt. Suck for your life, bitch. Kristen began to cry. I hate Elton, she said without conviction. I love you. Suck faster, you fuckhead. You piss me off. You're the most powerful man in the world, master. All the girls at Holy Cross want you. Pull on the fucking thing. Come on, pull it up. I hate Elton and I love you, she said. She was desperately repeating all these phrases, hoping it would put an end to the abuse. It didn't. Bernardo punched her 5 times, as Carla turned off the camera. He told Kristen she would have to do it better. He told Carla to put the camera back on. Put it deeper in your mouth, fuckhead. The Holy Cross girls want you, and they want to have sex with you. Thousands of women want you. Squeeze it tighter. He was yelling now. Open your mouth wider. Pull up on it. Pull up. Come on, talk to me, you fucking cunt. You're the most powerful man in the world. All the Holy Cross. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Suddenly the edge was gone from his voice. Somehow she had appeased him. We're running out of tape, Carla said. Paul was so caught up in his enjoyment of Kristen's oral performance, he must not have heard Homolka. Suck, you fuckhead. Suck. Yes, yes, yes. His moans grew by decibels. Pull up. Pull up. He turned to the camera and smiled. He forced Kristen's head down on his penis as he ejaculated. Keep it inside your mouth, he told her. He leaned back. His breathing labored. The camera's red light was flashing, indicating that they were soon to run out of tape. Bernardo decided to execute Kristen soon, but for now all he wanted to do was have a beverage. Carla brought up a bottle of wine, and they all had a glass while sitting on the floor. Once they finished with the wine, Paul ordered Kristen to stand and remove her clothes. She cried as she disrobed. He wanted more sex before he killed her. He took up the camera and commanded Kristen to perform oral sex on Carla. Do you want her finger in you? He asked Carla, surprisingly concerned about her pleasure. No, it's really sensitive there. Did you like the way she tastes? He asked Kristen. Uh-huh. What are you right now? What do you mean? What kind of person are you sexually? I'm a lesbian. Is that what you're looking for? Paul laughed. What are you? A lesbian. Bernardo handed the camera to Carla. He climbed onto the bed. He got down on his hands and knees. It was time for the last round of analingus. Do you like my finger in there or just my tongue? Your tongue. There, is that okay, she said, following his order. He told her to massage his penis at the same time. Good girl. It was getting late, and both Bernardo and Homolka knew they couldn't postpone Kristen's hour of death much longer. Bernardo grabbed the electrical cord and tied it around Kristen's ankles. He cuffed her wrists behind her back. He placed her on her hands and knees in front of the hope chest. He grabbed the wine bottle, now empty, and handed it to his wife. Put it in their car. Hard, he said, pointing at Kristen's anus. What? Put it in really hard. Ram her hard. She called me a bastard. Shove it in hard. It's okay if it hurts. Carla followed his orders, inserting the tip of the bottle into Kristen's anus. She did it slower than he would have liked. She hesitated when Kristen cried out. It hurts. What do you say? Bernardo said, pushing the end of the bottle. She cried out again. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? He said, shoving the bottle in deeper. She screamed from the pain. Sorry for being an asshole. For saying what? He shoved the bottle deep inside of her again. She screamed again. For saying that you were an asshole and a bastard. That wasn't me, was it? No, I shouldn't have said it. Say it to the camera. The camera was placed on a chair nearby. She turned her head toward the lens. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you or insult you. Bernardo removed the bottle from her anus and forced his penis into her. She cried out in pain once again. You're a nasty bitch, he said. I didn't mean to be. I'm sorry. Say it loud, he said, as he sodomized her. I'm sorry. Who am I? He said as he grunted, his body pounding against hers. My master. You're my master. I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to call you those things. I had no right, and I should be punished for doing that. Bernardo reached for another electrical cord. He wrapped it around her neck. He yanked on it as he continued to sodomize her. Who wants me? Pardon? Who wants me? Oh, all the girls at Holy Cross want you. Would you like me to fuck all the girls at your school? Perhaps sensing that he was going to kill her then, she tried one last desperate attempt to appease him. Yes, I'd like you to fuck every girl you think is pretty, as long as it makes you feel good. I'm glad you punished me. I deserved it. You deserve all the girls at any school. As he continued to anally rape her, now in silence, she suddenly said, I think I'm going to shit. Don't you shit on me. It was too late. She had become incontinent. Oh, I'm sorry. Look at the camera and say you're sorry. Her face was pressed against the floor as he held her buttocks in the air and penetrated her vaginally. She turned to the camera. I'm sorry. Say you're sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Bernardo had a grin on his face as he shoved deeper inside of her. One more time. I'm sorry. You're my master and my boyfriend, and you're the king. Most powerful? You're the most powerful man in the world. Are you sure? Yes, positive. Really? He was showing signs of enjoying himself. Yes, really. Excrement dribbled down Kristen's leg. Can I go to the bathroom? She asked him. Fuck you. Master, I'm really sorry. You deserve all the girls in my school you want to make you happy. Bernardo was having the time of his life, raping his compliant sex slave as his wife recorded it on videotape. He turned to Carla. Lick my ass, bitch. She placed the camera on a chair and followed his instruction. You're the most powerful man in the world, Kristen continued. You deserve anything you want. I shouldn't have said what I said. It really hurt you, and I didn't mean to. I'm glad you punished me. I deserve it. You deserve a lot better than me. You have a very beautiful wife, and you two really stick together. All the girls in my school want to fuck you because you're the most powerful man in the world and the most sexy, and they'd never say anything to bother you because they're just bitches like I am. I'm glad you punished me for what I did. I am really sorry, Master. It's good you're getting me back. If you went to my school, all the girls would line up to have you. In between moans, Bernardo said, You're a fucking bitch. You're so nice, powerful, sexy, Kristen said. So much in control of everything. Nobody can overpower you. Nobody. I'm really sorry for what I said. I had no right because you're the king, the master, the king of all kings, the best man in the whole world. It's good that I'm getting punished. Bernardo let her talk, and she was happy to oblige, hoping it would put off killing her for a while. I'm surprised there's not 10,000 girls waiting in line for you. It's good I'm before them. I don't deserve it, but it really feels good. You're my master, my supreme master. I have no other boyfriend but you. You make me feel the best. That makes you feel good, Master? Yes, Bernardo said, as he thrust himself deep inside of her. That's good because you deserve the best. Tell me how you're going to line up the girls' cunts when you get back to school. I want to line up all the girls' cunts when I get back. All the ones you've had and the ones who want you, which is all of them. You're going to get them all to make you happy. And make who else happy? Make your wife happy. And who else? And me. I'm glad you're doing this to me. All the girls at Holy Cross, they want to say that to you. They're not like me. I'm a bitch. After a few loud groans, Bernardo climaxed. He withdrew and turned to Carla. Get me a Kleenex. She brought him one. Give me a couple, Car, he said irate. Give me a whole fucking lot. What are you, a fucking idiot? Give me the whole fucking box. Kristen collapsed onto the floor. Her legs were still bound, and she was still cuffed behind her back. She was exhausted. Perhaps realizing there was nothing she could do to stop him from killing her, she defied him for the last time, saying that last thing he would ever want to hear. I don't know how your wife can stand being around you. Just shut up, okay? Just shut up. The camera had been shut off. He took the electrical cord and wrapped it around her neck. Right before pulling on the ends, he bent over and whispered into her ear. Carla didn't hear it all, but she recalled him saying, What do you know about dying? He jerked on the ends of the cord with all his strength. He looked over at the digital clock on the dresser as he strangled her. He was timing himself. He wasn't going to be as careless as he was with Leslie Mahaffy. He wouldn't stop choking her until 7 minutes had passed. This one did not return for an encore. I killed her. The least you can do is help me get rid of the evidence. Bernardo said that to Homolka the following day. She didn't even want to touch the body, let alone cut off her hair, as Paul instructed, to get rid of all traces of her carpet's fibers, so they couldn't be traced back to their house. They decided to dump the body after Easter dinner at Homolka's parents' house. They each donned rubber gloves and went to work. Rigor mortis had set in, making it harder to lift Kristen's dead weight, so Carla could cut her hair. Carla cut out large chunks at a time to make the grisly task as brief as possible. She left Kristen with a crude and patchy brush cut. She put the cut hair in a bag. Once this task was done, they dragged her body into the bathroom and soaked it in the tub to remove any fingerprints that may have lingered. Bernardo told Carla to douche Kristen's vagina and anus of any ejaculate he may have left behind. Though it had been 17 months since he gave his DNA sample, he was still concerned that it was still on file, and he didn't want to risk being found out by being careless about where he left his bodily fluids. There was other evidence of her presence in his house that he had to get rid of. In the fireplace, he incinerated Kristen's hair, clothes, sports bag, and the map she and Carla studied seconds before Bernardo abducted her. He even wiped the glass of her Mickey Mouse wristwatch clear of fingerprints before smashing the glass. He tossed the straps into the fire. They brought the body into the master bedroom, where Carla wiped the counter and perfume bottles clean of all fingerprints and anything else Kristen may have touched. They covered her up with a blanket and went downstairs to clean up before heading out to Carla's parents' house. The stress of torturing and murdering multiple girls had taken its toll on Carla. As she blow-dried her hair, she lost her temper. She was too distraught to concern herself with his threats. "I can't live like this anymore," she screamed at him. She held a bottle of sleeping pills in her hand. She had been suicidal on and off throughout the years, particularly in her teens, and now suicide was looking like a better option than the future life Bernardo had to offer. There were no warnings of 5 blows to be dealt to her hours later. In fact, he was surprisingly sympathetic and calm. He reassured her that they were covering his tracks effectively. He was so calm he convinced her to part with a pill bottle. He even gave her a hug to placate her into a false sense of security. He even said to her, "You're just the best wife in the whole world." These must have been the magic words, for she came around. Incredibly, she still loved him, even after watching him commit some of the vilest offenses imaginable. Bernardo was a master manipulator who realized that after months of physical and emotional abuse, she was likely starving for tenderness and praise. His sexual needs had been met, and her emotional needs had to be accommodated if she were to continue being his accomplice. He's evil, but he's not stupid. Around the Homolka's dinner table that evening, the dominant subject of conversation was Kristen French's disappearance. The entire St. Catharines community was abuzz. Everyone had an opinion about what happened to her, where she might turn up, and an even stronger opinion about whoever it was that was responsible. The Homolkas had their own theories and views on the matter, and shared them with their company. Bernardo piped up at one point, echoing the common sentiments of the community. "Imagine something like this in Garden City. I thought that sort of stuff only took place in Toronto." He frequently told the Homolkas he left Toronto to get away from the crime and the immigrants. "I hope I didn't make the wrong choice," he said. On the way home, Bernardo decided to dump the body in Burlington. When they got home, they loaded Kristen's body into the car, covered it with a blanket, and headed to Burlington. He toyed with the idea of dumping her corpse on top of Leslie Mahaffy's grave, assuming that with the crimes being linked, the police would assume that the killer of both girls would be from Burlington and would not seek Bernardo out in Port Dalhousie. Though he was serious about this plan, he could not locate Mahaffy's grave, so they drove around some more. They drove north down number 1 side road, also known as Roller Coaster Road. Bernardo spotted an isolated dirt path that cut off from the road. He drove in, encountering an illegal dumping site. They brought Kristen's body to an incline that overlooked a small creek. They rolled her out of the blanket, and her body rolled further down toward the creek. Though he wanted the body to be found, he still covered her body in leaves. On the way home, Bernardo became aware that Carla was troubled by the whole ordeal. He attempted to comfort her in the way that only Paul Bernardo can. "It's a euphoric feeling, Car, really. It can be almost pleasant." A man who collected scrap metal and sold it went to the illegal dumping site to see if there was something left behind with some market value, like a washing machine. Instead, he found the body of a young girl. Police confirmed it was Kristen French, and now it dawned on them that this case and that of Leslie Mahaffy were likely connected. Bernardo's old friend Van Smirnis related his suspicions about Paul Bernardo to the Ontario Provincial Police. He mentioned that the Scarborough rape stopped when Bernardo moved to St. Catharines, his strong resemblance to the man in the composite sketch, his behavior with a girl in Florida, and his talk about raping women. Police visited Bernardo in Port Dalhousie, but they were not able to determine that he was indeed the Scarborough Rapist. He played it cool and lied effectively. He avoided prosecution this time around. In the coming weeks, he was thrilled about the fact that he had eluded capture for the murder of Kristen French and boasted about it to Carla. One night, as investigators speaking to the media about their suspicions, he shouted the word wrong every time their presumptions were erroneous. He was so exhilarated about literally getting away with murder that his addiction screamed out for a fix. "I want to do it again. I want to get another girl." When he and Homolka role-played in the bedroom, he would have her play the part of one of the girls they had raped and killed. He would also use one of the videos he made to stimulate himself. However she may have felt about this, She still sounded excited when she told friends that Paul's rap music was, quote, amazing, and he was likely to get a recording contract within months. She was excited about that because it would be at that point that they would start a family. She failed to mention that he was paying the bills with contraband cigarette sales in the meantime. She also didn't mention the conversation they had on their Hawaiian honeymoon video, in which she told Bernardo she couldn't wait to have children with him so that he could fuck them all. She told her friends that they were changing their name to Teal because Bernardo didn't want an Italian-sounding name. Things didn't go as planned, however, and after a problematic cigarette run, when a customs agent sensed Homolka's tension during his questioning of Bernardo, he searched the car. He didn't find the cigarettes, but Bernardo pulled over on the way home and beat Carla so severely he broke the ring he was given after joining the Freemasons. He blamed her for that too. She was told not to speak unless spoken to, and later that day, when she called her father, Bernardo was so incensed, he threw some of her clothes down the stairs and told her to get out. When her father arrived, she told him she was leaving Bernardo. He took her back to their family's house. Sensing things were going badly, her mother was relieved. When the Homolkas brought Carla back to get her things, Paul asked her to speak with him alone. In the master bedroom, he told her she couldn't leave him because he would show the authorities the Tammy tape. Though she considered calling his bluff, since the tape implicated him too, she reversed herself and decided to stay with him. Later that day, he flew into a rage about her leaving and gave her one of the worst beatings he had ever dished out to her. He beat her for days, punching and kicking her. He threw a book at her head and even beat her in the eyes with a flashlight. Later, he forced her to accompany him as he scouted the area for another victim. Life only got worse in the Bernardo household. Paul's unemployment had run out and they were scraping by on Carla's paychecks from the animal clinic. Though Paul was still making over $1,000 a week from cigarette smuggling, he was spending the money as soon as he was making it. Paul was angry all the time at this point. Margaret, friend of Jane's, refused his advances, and this was in violation of his feeling of entitlement when it came to women. One day after Carla returned home from work, she found Paul drunk with his hunting knife beside him. He had been drinking constantly at that point. He picked up the knife and walked up behind Carla. He placed his blade against her throat. "How would you like to die?" he asked her. "Please, Paul," she begged him. "You don't want to die?" "No. If you don't want to die, then drink this." He passed her a shot glass full of vodka. She took a sip. "All of it," he screamed. "Now!" He was angry at her because she refused to go along with his plans to bring in another sex slave. He wanted Carla to kill her, but she refused to do this as well. When they reached the top of the stairs leading to the basement, he pushed her and she went tumbling down the stairs. She cried out from the pain. He shut the door and turned out the lights. "Leslie's coming for you," he yelled. "She's down there in the basement, right where I cut her up." Bernardo's abuse of Homolka got worse and more frequent. Whether he beat her for taking a telephone message wrong, forgetting to tape The Simpsons, or failing to persuade Margaret to have an affair with him, he was abusing her so much that she could no longer hide the bruises from her co-workers. She told them she fell, but they didn't believe her, and one of them called her parents, telling her they needed to get her out of the Bernardo house before it got worse. Finally, one day, Dorothy forced Carla to go with her and Lori to the hospital. Not only were there visible bruises on Carla, but she moved with an awkward gait due to the minor injuries he inflicted upon her. The doctor who examined her designated what he saw as the worst case of spousal abuse he had ever encountered and reported it to the police, who were dispatched to the facility. She had been beaten with a flashlight, leaving her with 2 black eyes and bruises on her arms, legs, and buttocks. Bernardo was arrested and taken to the downtown headquarters of the Niagara Police, where he was questioned, fingerprinted, photographed, and charged with assault. He appeared in court the following morning and was released after promising to attend a preliminary hearing. Bernardo was livid that Carla called the police. He called Carell, crying, asking him for intel about her whereabouts, but Carell just hung up. He stormed to the office where her mother worked and demanded she tell him where Carla was. She refused to tell him. Dorothy got a glimpse of the man who abused her daughter. "I warn you," he said, his voice raising to the point that he drew attention from her co-workers. "There's going to be serious trouble if you don't tell me where she is. It will be bigger than you or I could ever imagine." Dorothy refused to be intimidated. "I don't want you near her. I don't want to see you ever again." He went to the store where Carla's sister Lori worked. "Where is she?" She stonewalled him. "You don't understand," he said, a tinge of desperation coloring his voice now. "It's important that I talk to her." She still refused to tell him. The manager of the store threatened to call the police. From rage to conciliation, Bernardo made a recording in his music room that he hoped Homolka would hear. Unlike the verbal abuse he had inflicted on her the last year about how stupid she was, the tone this time was completely different.
This is my only communication too. I hope it gets to you. I smashed the flashlight against my own head. It hurts a lot. I'm sorry. I didn't know. You don't understand, Carl. You're everything to me. You were my whole support system. I'm nothing without you. I'm nothing. We were a good team, you know. We were the best team, you know. We were great, man. United we stand, together we fall. I'm gonna fall for us, okay? You keep standing, pal. I gotta go. My time's up. Huh? I'm fucking alone. Got nobody. My only friend was you, pal. Love to see my funeral. Don't worry about Tammy. Don't worry about nothing. Just fucking throw me somewhere. I used to be a powerful man. Now I'm a destroyed man. I don't understand. I'd rather have someone do something to me. I made a mistake. I'm larger than life most of the time, you know, but I wasn't. Why didn't you ever call me? I took the punches at the formal for you. When my family said you were a slut, I left them. I know I was bad at the end, but I did some honorable things. Take care of yourself, alright? Bad guys like me gotta go. Born a bastard, died a bastard. This isn't fair. It was bad, but it wasn't bad for that long. We could have made it better. You just should have showed me some signs, some fucking notice. You're gonna die your husband. I can't die single. I can't die with the divorce papers served on me. I can't. It was for eternity. And I'll take it that way. Because that's the way I see it. Even if I was fucked up, it was my fault. But even if I was fucked up for a while, it's my fucking fault. I'm so lonely, Gar. I'm so fucking lonely. I don't have anybody. You're still with me, aren't you? I hope you are. I hope you are. He's coming to get me now. No! The Grim Reaper's coming! No! Car! I walk to the house sometimes. I go, car? Car? Carla? Car? Hey, car? But I don't get any answer. It hurts so much. It fucking hurts. It's like everything in my life I did it to myself. I miss you, man. God.
The DNA lab called up Detective Steve Irwin of the Sexual Assault Squad and told him that the samples had finally been whittled all the way down and pointed to one man, Paul Bernardo, the mild-mannered accountant he spoke with 26 months prior and who had since moved from Scarborough to Port Dalhousie. Carla broke down crying as she talked with her aunt about the abuse she had suffered in her marriage to Paul Bernardo. At one point, she confessed that she was guilty of the killings of Tammy Homolka, Leslie Mahaffy, and Kristen French. They made plans to meet with a lawyer. The next day, Homolka confessed to attorney George Walker. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Karla Homolka made a plea deal wherein she would plead guilty to her role in the killings as well as testify against Bernardo. This was before the tapes of the rapes and killings, which were held by Bernardo's lawyer in secret and in violation of the law, were revealed to the court. Had they been seen before she signed the plea bargain, it would have been denied, and she would have spent the rest of her life in prison. For after the tapes were viewed, she was deemed as being as responsible for the crimes as Bernardo. The plea bargain would become known as the deal with the devil. Given that Bernardo's charges were backed up with both DNA and video evidence, acquittal was not even within the realm of possibility. He was sentenced to 25 years in a maximum security penitentiary. The judge declared him a dangerous offender, a condition that guarantees he is unlikely to ever be released. The tapes he made of the rapes of Tammy Homolka, Kristen French, and Leslie Mahaffy were destroyed by the Ontario government. Karla Homolka was released in 2005. She moved to Quebec, where the case and its trial did not receive nearly as much coverage, and she was able to live in relative anonymity. She did encounter some friction with residents, who were aware of her past, however, when parents at her children's school voiced their objections to Homolka's presence there. Bernardo's next public appearance was in 2007, when he attended a meeting with Toronto Police at Kingston Penitentiary. He stated his objection to being characterized as a, quote, liar by Peel Regional Police, an agency with which the Toronto Police Service is not affiliated. He referred to his crimes as, quote, mistakes, and when asked if he murdered a woman named Elizabeth Bain, he said, "That's a loaded question." In 2015, Bernardo published an e-book on Amazon.com entitled A Mad World Order. It is a novel dealing with geopolitics and terrorism. According to those who have read the book, it is marked by extreme violence. It was soon removed from the site after a backlash from its detractors. It reportedly sold well before it was excised. Attempts on Bernardo's life had been made during his sentence. He was punched by a fellow inmate on the way back from a shower, and a group of inmates once stormed the block in which he resides. He was locked in his cell at the time. On October 17, 2018, Bernardo appealed to the parole board, stating his belief that he had earned the right to walk free after 25 years without an offense. It is, after all, difficult to re-offend while you're confined in a cell about the size of the average broom closet. At no point during his statement to the court did he ever apologize to the relatives of the victims who were present. Parole was denied. He currently resides in Millhaven Institution in Bath, Ontario, near Kingston, where he is likely to spend the remainder of his life in protective custody. A fate that is well deserved for a human monster of his caliber. I'm here with Barry Brown. He was the Toronto Bureau Chief and covered the trial of Paul Bernardo and Karla Homolka for the Buffalo News. And Barry, how did this gig come about?
Hi, Morgan. It's good to be here. I was the Bureau Chief covering Toronto News and Canada News for the Buffalo News for about 20 years. And during that time, I was also able to cover the Bernardo trial. I represented the only non-Canadian media that was there every day. And the way I ended up covering the trial was actually curious because, the crimes took place in St. Catharines, Ontario, which is down by the American border and just across the river from Buffalo. So the paper, the Buffalo News, was actually covering the investigation into the crimes through their city desk because they considered it, part of their local environment. When the trial began, they sent up the reporter who was covering the investigation to write on the first day of the prosecution's case. Apparently, the story that this reporter wrote, which ran on the front page of the paper, was considered too sensational for the readership. I guess they got too much into the gory details or whatever. And as a result, letters were written into complaint. And the paper at that point wasn't sure if they were going to continue with daily coverage. So I called them and I said, why don't you give me a chance to cover the trial? So they sort of thought about it and said, well, go ahead and write about it tomorrow and we'll take it on a day-by-day basis. So I went in for the next day, the second day of the trial, and began to cover it. And I guess my stories were much better, were well liked and not nearly as sensational as the original writer. because I ended up covering the trial all through for the next 4 months and wrote several hundred stories on the case, and really represented the only non-Canadian paper that was there every day of the trial.
So it goes without saying that you were there when Bernardo took the stand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were actually going to send up another reporter also when, funnily enough, when Carla and Paul took the stand, but they didn't. I owned the story by that time. But yes, I was there when Paul did his testimony, and I was sitting right behind Carla Homolka when she was, in the benches before she got up to do her testimony.
And I'm wondering how you interpret him as a human being based on his responses to the questions, the tone of his voice, his mannerisms. How would you sum him up as a human being based on what you witnessed?
Well, I guess the scene that really struck me as being, evocative of his character more than anything else was when he took the stand and they started showing the videos that they had made. Now, when it came to the videos about the victims, we weren't allowed to see them. We could hear them, but we couldn't see them. Okay, so when he was first brought on the stand, they spent 2 days running the videos. First, they ran them all the way through without any transcript. Then they ran them with the transcript, and then they started going through them piece by piece. So at one point, when the prosecutor was showing a scene to Bernardo, they were talking with one of the victims was in the frame, so we couldn't see it. We were just listening to it. And the prosecutor says to Bernardo, so it says here, please help me. The girl is saying, please help me. And he says, now she's referring to Homolka, not you, because why would she ask you for help? And so Bernardo goes, that's not what my transcript says. My transcript says she's saying, I will please you. So the Crown prosecutor goes, do you want to see it again? And he goes, yeah. Now, so he's sitting in the witness box, and he's got a video screen in front of him that's, we can't see it, but he can, right? So he has to see this scene again. And then the prosecutor says, did you hear it that way? And he says, no, I still heard it the other way. And he says, do you want to see it again? And he goes, yeah. So here you've got this guy who's on trial, not just for his life. I mean, for his life he's going to spend in jail, to be sure. We don't have capital punishment, as you know, but here he is in front of a jury on trial for all these horrible crimes. And from my end, it looked like he imagined himself, in a peep show, looking at his own porn that he's drilling into his mind for when he goes to jail or something, and completely oblivious to everybody else around him. And, I guess thinking as sociopaths and psychopaths do, that none of this matters to anybody, he still can talk his way out of it. So.
At his parole hearing back in October, he said, well, I committed these crimes. It was born out of low self-esteem. But the people who knew him at the time he committed the crimes, they all said he was a show-off, he was a braggart, he had a very high opinion of himself, he'd admire himself in the mirror. Did you get a sense there was a lot of ego there?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things to keep in mind. Bernardo was a serial rapist before he met Homolka, but he wasn't a murderer. It was Carla Homolka who got him into becoming a murderer. The other thing, too, was that I'm trying to remember which way it was. We were talking about this to somebody else a while ago, because remember, this is many years ago now. I think it was either Paula told Carl or Paul, or Paul told Carl. I can't remember which way it was. But one of them used to dress like a punker with, multicolored hair and stuff.
That was Carla, yeah.
Okay, it was Carla. Yeah. And Paul was the very preppy-looking guy. And he told Carla that if you want to commit crimes and get away with it, then you need to dress up and look real innocent, and then nobody will suspect you. So certainly he was always a very manipulative guy. He was very self-centered. And he was, sociopathic long before he ever met her. But he hadn't got into becoming a murderer yet.
And the points in the tapes where you heard the girls, plead for clemency and crying out, and that had to have been very chilling for you. What was it? How did you feel inside when you heard that?
Well, before the trial, they had a gag order, on pre-publication coverage of certain of the evidence. And most of the reporters, including me, were sort of like, oh, they should let us see all this stuff and whatnot. When the trial began and they first started running the tapes, and as I mentioned before, they ran them all the way through twice. First with, no transcript for the jury, and then with a transcript for the jury. I remember going out afterwards and, having to take a break, and then certainly on the second day I decided I didn't need to listen to them twice. Going through the tapes had a lot of effects on a lot of the reporters, especially the two women reporters, Christy Blatchford from The Sun, and I can't remember what her name was just offhand, from The Star. But both of them were very affected by those tapes. In fact, at the end, in the last day after the conviction, when we were doing the final press conference with the parents, Christy Blatchford and I were sitting down on the ground, which was the only place that we could find, by the microphone where the Carla Homolka's, one of the victims' parents were being interviewed, and she started crying on my shoulder. And I heard that both the women reporters, were taking some sort of counseling and, some medications and things to help them cope with it. It was very hard, It certainly changed the idea of, our attitudes from, this is just a free speech thing, to it's a hard thing. It was difficult, yeah.
Were you ever able to get a one-on-one interview with any of the victims' relatives?
No, not really. They didn't want to talk to us. But I was sitting behind Carla. I thought she was a bitch.
Was that your only criminal trial? Had you done others?
I've reported on Supreme Court cases and criminal trials, but this is the first time I actually sat through an entire trial from beginning to end. Yeah, it was quite interesting to watch the way that they, built up the case and, how it unfolded and how the investigation went. The police apparently liked my coverage. They told me that every day they would get all of the papers to read, three Toronto papers, the Globe, the Star, and the Sun, and my paper, the Buffalo News. They would always read mine first. Mm. And this one chap who was writing a book about the trial and about the case told me that of all the coverage, he thought mine was the least sensational, the most accurate, and the best written. So there you go.
All right. And so how did this differ from any other stories you wrote based on what you witnessed on the scene? Anywhere else you've ever gone to interview someone or witness events? In terms of the personal impact, was this different?
Yeah. I mean, it was the longest, story of one topic. And most of the time, the stories are, just one-off, or at best you're doing a story and then a follow-up the next week. But to do several hundred stories all on the same topic and following a trial for 4 months, day after day, going in and, listening to the thing and writing up the reports. It certainly made me aware of how criminal investigation worked. And I'd never really seen a psychopath up close before, a sociopath. I tend to be kind of a intuitive kind of person. And I remember when Bernardo first came in, I sort of wanted to scan him, right? And the thing that struck me is that, you sort of try to ping him, send out a little thing, see what's inside there, right? With the echo comes back. And there was nothing. That was the interesting thing. Nothing came back.
Yeah, that's what they say about psychopaths. They just don't really have a lot of emotion inside. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you see, I guess it was a deposition he did in 2007 where Toronto police interviewed him about this woman, Elizabeth Bain, was murdered? Did you see that?
Oh, yeah. I think there was something mentioned about that during the trial. But no, I haven't followed it since the end of the trial.
And Carla Homolka really tried to sell herself. I was a victim of domestic abuse, and that's why I ended up going along with these murders, and why I didn't help the girls, and she didn't convince anybody, right?
Certainly didn't convince me, and besides, we know the history. The history was that, she, as we were talking about before, Paul was a serial rapist, but he hadn't killed anybody. All the murders were, were organized basically by her and instigated by her. And the only reason she didn't get charged with it was because she got lucky. When the police were searching their home for evidence and they were looking in the ceiling areas, they missed the tapes. And when Carla realized that the police were closing in, she went into the police and said, gave this story about how she was, a victim of abuse and so on, and been pushed into this thing, whereas the tape showed otherwise. In fact, some of the evidence, in the case of Kristen French, right?
Kristen French.
Seemed to suggest that she was actually the one that killed her because of the marks on her back that fit, Carla's knee prints, not his, and that he wasn't even in the house at the time, as I recall. So she was certainly, vicious, but she was able to play her cards right. She, got away with it and got a very light sentence and is now out and living her life, and Paul's still rotting away in prison. No.
She never expressed remorse either, or an apology to anyone, right?
Not that I recall.
And how'd you feel about Bernardo's being denied? How'd you feel about his parole hearing in October?
I wasn't really paying much attention to it, but, do you expect anything less, really?
Yeah, I mean, he's saying, well, I wasn't able to, I didn't commit any offenses since then. Well, it's hard to commit another offense when you're in a jail cell that's, just about the size of a broom closet. At no point did he ever apologize to the relatives or the victims or anything. So there's no way he feels remorse, right?
Well, a lot of these people, it's all about them, isn't it? That's the whole point of being a sociopath or a psychopath. It's about how it affects me, and I was denied an injustice, and you should pay attention to me and my sorrows. But the fact that these, two women were killed, these two young women were killed, butchered, and the other women were raped and assaulted. Yeah, he ain't going to be okay.
Well, thank you so much, Barry. I really appreciate this.
Thank you, Morgan. Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. This is Morgan Rector.